As chairman of the Nash County Board of Commissioners, I now call to order the May 4th, 2026 meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners. We start our meeting with a prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. And at this time, I'll call on Vice Chair Freddie Howard to give us our invocation. Could we please stand?
Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for this day. As we gather this morning as the Nash County Board of Commissioners, please let us be mindful of the trust placed in us by our communities. Grant us the wisdom and steward public resources with integrity, courage to make decisions for the common good, and to listen to one another with respect. Bless our deliberations with clarity and purpose. Bless all those who serve the public in our community. With the benefits and thoughtful long-term investment, we ask that you protection and travel mercies for those who journey to and from this meeting and for all those who travel the roads throughout our county. Keep them safe, guide them in their paths, bring them home in peace, and help us act with fairness and compassion in every choice we make. These things we do in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, it's a great day in Nash County this Monday. The farmers got some rain, and we are all happy for them. Well, Commissioners, you received the minutes of the last our board meeting. Any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, could I have a motion to accept the minutes of our April 6th meeting and our recessed budget work session minutes of April 14th, 2026?
Move for approval.
Been moved by Commissioner Leggett and
Second.
second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any discussions on the minutes? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Well, I didn't have anyone sign up for the public comment session, and if there are none, then we will move to our next agenda item. Agenda item number 6, resolution authorizing the donation of surplus taser devices. Chief Deputy Alan Wilson. Right here. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Right.
The Sheriff's Office had some tasers, and I'll go through the resolution here in just a second. We had some old tasers that was in our supply that were not being used. And there was 2 local police departments. We had Spring Hope and Bailey, that their officers could use these particular tasers. And these tasers that were given to them, the model was the X26P. And we had transitioned away from these tasers. We started transitioning away from them in 2021 and went to another taser, actually implemented it around 2022. And then last year, we upgraded again and traded the 2021 tasers in for the current update. So the tasers that were given to Spring Hope and to Bailey could not be traded in at the time because of the, I guess, just the age of them. So we couldn't get any money, any credit for it on that part. So instead of them sitting in a box, they were given to them so that they could use. The tasers were functional. They were updated, currently updated with a download. Even though they were functional, we went to our better taser that would actually deploy 2 times in case something happened with one. It had better updates. It had better data, where you gain the data better. So with that, so I asked the individual that we have responsible for the tasers, if we had put these on the market and tried to sell them, could we gotten any money for those? And his answer to that was, probably not. And if so, it would have been very little. He's on I guess a forum for taser instructors, and he said that no one really is taking these tasers. Nobody has any requests for them because these tasers were issued to us somewhere around 2010. So you're looking at 15, 16-year-old tasers, and they just aren't something that people are going to. When they go with tasers, they typically go with something newer, with an update and so forth. So with that, these tasers, just so you all are well informed, they were updated and they were given to these 2 departments in Nash County somewhere in the January, February timeline. And with that, I think there might have been some confusion on the proper procedures. And once I was informed on this, and once we were informed on it, we made sure we had the proper procedure in place. And what has been presented to the commissioners is a resolution that refers to the general statute as well. In the resolution, I guess everyone has a copy of that resolution?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So I can read through that resolution if you wish me to. It's rather long, but,
We are good.
okay.
Any questions for
Is that equipment
Chief.
still in working condition?
Yes, sir. The tasers that we gave them, that was a question I asked. I said, were they in working condition? And yes, they were. They were functional. They done function tests, and they gave it to them. And once they gave it to the 2 departments, it is my understanding that each one of those departments has an individual, just like we do, that can do updates. And these both these departments already had individuals, their officers already trained on the taser, so they were trained on how to use it prior to this.
All right, Commissioner Davis?
Just a question, doesn't matter to me one way or the other, but I noticed you gave Spring Hope 20 of them. Were there not other departments in the county that could have used some of them?
You know, the question, and I asked that, matter of fact, I asked that question this morning about Bailey 5. You know, they have some reserve officers and really maybe 1 full-time or whatever. I'm not sure exactly what they've got. And Spring Hope, they don't have 20 officers, and the question and the answer was, they gave the officers then, if any break, I guess, or whatever, or any reserves that they have on, that they got them to give to those. And we still, I asked another question about how many of these tasers do we currently have left, and of the X26s, we still have about 30 of them in our supply that, you know, that if we had to do something with, I suppose we could. And then we've got the prior models that are really not any good. We got about 50 of those that's in there, and we got to figure out what to do with those now.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for Chief Deputy Wilson? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the resolution, to
Move
approve
for
the
approval.
resolution?
Second.
Is that Commissioner Davis?
That was,
No, who made the motion? Okay,
Commissioner Outlaw.
Commissioner Outlaw, and second by Commissioner Fred Bearfield. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the resolution motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners.
We will move to item number 7, retirement recognition. Good morning.
Good morning. Each month, Nash County recognizes employees who are retiring from Nash County by presenting them with their certificate of retirement during open session. At this time, we invite our Board of Commissioners to come down front as we recognize this month's retirees.
All righty.
I do want to say we have some retirees who are not able to attend today's meeting, so we want to recognize them but please come down because we do have one that is here. Thank you. So while you're making your way down, thank you. I'd like to recognize Ms. Louise Langley from our Department of Social Services, who is retiring with 3 years of service with Nash County. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Herman Lee Davenport from EMS, who is retiring with 33 years of service with Nash County. I'd like to recognize Mr. Bruce Manu from Solid Waste, who is retiring with 7 years of service with Nash County. And I'd like to ask Ms. Mary Clinton from our tax department to come up, please. Let me get you to stand in front of the commissioners, please. And Ms. Mary Clinton from our tax department is retiring with 20 years of service from Nash County. Would you like your team to come up and have a picture with her? Okay. If we could just invite her team, her tax department team, who's up here. Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize. You have your family members here?
Yes, my mom's here, which everybody knows Miss Sue is here, and my daughter,
Please come up.
and co-workers, prior and present, and I have a class on first. She didn't want to just her and
Sure. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Good. How are you? We're going to let her tax department team come up just a second and take a group photo.
Take your time, take your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Clinton, we wish you well in your retirement.
thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We will move to item number 8, Trillium Health Resource and Annual Report. Mr. Dave Peterson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Chairman. Thank you for having me today. I appreciate getting on the agenda like I have been for many, many years. So I want to first start by thanking Commissioner Davis for being on our Regional Advisory Board, and also Tia Fuller, who's on our Regional Advisory Board, being very supportive of us. So thank you. I also just want to make sure I introduce Sean Kenny in our audience. He's our head of DSS engagement, and he's been to these meetings before, so. All right. Oops, let's see. All right. So, as many of you know, Trillium Health Resources oversees the mental health, developmental disabilities, and substance use services of the highest risk population. And what we try to make sure is that individuals with those disabilities have access to services and supports. And that's through our large network of agencies that we support. As I said to you last year, we've gotten big, okay?
Real big.
Real big, yes. It was an honor by the secretary 2 years ago to say when the state was trying to consolidate us managed care organizations, they wanted to get us down to 4. And in that process, 3 of the other managed care organizations got 1 county given to them. The state gave us 18 counties. So we went from up to 46 counties, and you'll see we are the largest in the state right now, covering all the way from Guilford County out to the Outer Banks. So we're the largest of the tailored plans. We want to make sure we're continuing to stay local with 5 regional local connections, 5 regional advisory boards that the commissioner and Tia sit on. We have 5 consumer family advisory committees. So one of the things that we brag about a lot is on our governing board, 33% of our governing board is with people with disabilities to make those decisions. Okay? That's key to making sure the voice is being heard by those we serve. I'm one of the 5 regional VPs. We have community engagement and empowerment staff. So Annette Daughtry, whom some of you may know, is the one representing Nash County. So along with Commissioner Davis, we have Tia Fowler, like I said, myself, and Annette Daughtry that stays connected with Nash County. Okay. So this is across our 46 counties, these numbers. We served 103,556 individuals, approximately 76,700 those diagnosed with mental health, 19,000 with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and almost 26,000 with substance use services. Like I've said in the past, we only see the very high need individuals, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the upcoming slides. So those with high needs, mental health, developmental disabilities, and substance use, the cost of those individuals was $1.7 billion, okay? A lot of money because it's a lot of care that they are needing. Specifically to Nash County, we serve 3,050 individuals, 2,214 with a primary diagnosis of mental health, 603 with a diagnosis of intellectual and developmental disabilities, and 705 with substance use. Now, every year I explain those numbers do not add up to 3,050 because some of these individuals are dually diagnosed. They may have both mental health and substance use. But you can see the breakdown for Nash County on how many folks we oversee. I wanted to make sure I put this slide in here, and I know your DSS department is very familiar with this because it started in December of 2025, where Healthy Blue now manages all of the DSS specialty plan individual kids. So they are one statewide agency instead of us overseeing that. So some of our population that we managed for years has moved over to Healthy Blue, and they now manage that population. So I've talked for a couple of years, starting in 2018, that the state had decided to take the low to moderate risk individuals and move them over to these other insurance companies. And so you can see the number of individuals that we serve, 92,368. We do serve a part of the Medicaid direct population in there, but then you can see those that we used to serve in our 46 counties of the low to moderate risk have moved to Healthy Blue, United Healthcare, WellCare, AmeriHealth, and Carolina Complete Health. So you have these insurance companies managing individuals in Nash County that are low to moderate risk, okay? So we no longer manage those folks. These insurance companies do, those low to moderate risk. Now, this is the breakdown just for Nash County. Like I said, in the previous slide, we had 3,000 individuals. In this one, it says 26, but we do serve part of that Medicaid direct population. But in Nash County, Healthy Blue serves 4,657 individuals. United Healthcare, WellCare, AmeriHealth, and Carolina Complete Health, they serve a lot of your folks also. So I would encourage the county to build the relationships with these other insurance companies like we've been in front of you for the past 10 years or so, okay? Because they serve a lot of individuals. Let me just go briefly through some of the project updates. We've been doing reentry simulations, which are folks leaving the jails and prisons and what they are needing after they leave. Chest Health is an app that individuals can use that can access substance use services. We're taking a look at community opportunity centers. That's going to be a handful of them throughout our 46 counties. We do have a mobile clinic in Nash County, but also we are setting up empowerment summer camps with people with developmental disabilities. These are just some of our substance use prevention projects. We are working with different students for Mobile STEM Lab with NC State. Sold Out Youth, which is an education program around overdose in the school systems. Post Center has been around for decades and decades. They also do education with parents around substance use. But also, as Tia knows, we are getting really close to ordering our Narcan kits, and those will be delivered out here, and then they get distributed throughout your county. So she's done a wonderful job with that in the years past, too. So this slide is just our accessing the services slide, where we have 24/7 coverage. We also have an administrative line. But as I broke the rules probably 8 or 9 years ago, I keep giving my cell phone out, which, you know, I think access to direct lines is also important. So folks know they can call me at any time. I just want to end with saying how much I appreciate having worked with Nash County. I'm getting ready to retire and need to move on. But when 2018 came on and Nash County decided to come over to Trillium, I took that on as a big win for us. And you all have adopted me into the Nash County family, and you've adopted Trillium into the Nash County family. And so, working with county managers and county commissioners and a lot of the other departments here in Nash County, you have been overly welcoming to us. And so I just want to say thank you. We really do appreciate that. And that's all I have, if there's any questions.
Well, congratulations on your prospective retirement, and we really thank you for all that you have done. Any questions from the commissioner? Commissioner Belfield.
What are the top issues in the area of mental health that Trillion is concentrating on? What priorities?
That's a good question, Commissioner. So one of the things that has peaked more and more is access to services, okay? We really are trying to, with potentially these community hubs, and just a side note, we just got awarded a big contract from the state in 2 of our regions to address the whole person. You asked specifically about mental health, right? But as we are called a tailored plan, we not only deal with those individuals with mental health issues, we have to deal with their physical health issues too. Because physical health causes mental health causes physical health, okay? So the whole person health approach is where we're really pushing for. I will say, and this is probably just my personal feelings, I think we need to pay very close attention to kids in school. The kids that are getting ready to graduate and things like that, we always see an uptick in stuff that happens in the school system. So we're really trying to focus on that.
Yeah, I've been reading and also in the news about how people with mental health issues even doing things to their own family members, even shooting them, killing them, wounding them, and it's in that age bracket between 16 and 33.
Yes. Yep.
And it's rising. It doesn't seem to be getting any better. I was saying, that's why I asked that question. I wonder, every health agency ought to pay attention to the mental health. People walking around, they look like they're okay, but deep down in is instability in their mental health.
The farther upstream we work, and when I say upstream, the younger that we start working with kids and families, the better. And so we have a program called Child First that works with kids 0 to 5 years old that have been through some trauma. And if we hit that early on, then the better off they're going to be when they're 16 to 25 years old. So, thank you.
Any further questions for any commission? One thing you said that we need to start forming a relationship with those other service insurance companies. I guess, kind of elaborate how that relationship would kind of go about that, I guess.
I would, well, okay, so this is just Dave saying this. Okay, I would contact them to see if they can come out to meetings and commissioner meetings and things like that. We have folks in your county on a regular basis. Sean works very closely with your DSS director and your DSS staff. Annette works in a variety of work groups in your county. And we just want to make sure that, because if we don't address the individual with low to moderate risk mental health issues, then they're going to come up to our plan, which we deal with the very high risk. So the more they're doing out in your community, the better. And so contacting those 5 insurance companies, because you saw the numbers on how many they serve in Nash County.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Howell?
Thank you, sir. Just want to thank you for your service to the citizens of Nash County for what you've done. I know it's a challenging feat to be able to work within these systems and the way they're all the time changing. But I would like to piggyback on what you said, Mr. Chairman. I would like to request that the staff reach out to these others. We just attended a ribbon cutting ceremony, a lot of us did here recently, for one of the children's home here in the county, and it was kind of heartbreaking to me that one of the statistics they shared with us is that 25% of those children that leave a foster home end up incarcerated. So there's definitely a gap there, an opportunity we need to work within the county. When you look at our prison population, we're at 346 today, we're overpopulated. I talked to several of the deputies that are detention officers that work in there, and there are a lot of mental health issues within the prison that's filling that up. It's kind of like there's a void there that we need to probably address. No one fault of any one organization, but definitely needs some attention. Also, our substance abuses, year to date, right now, as of 2 weeks ago, we've had 26 overdoses in Nash County. So I would definitely encourage our staff to pull something together, and whatever the commissioners can do, I'm sure, I don't want to speak for the others, but we would be glad to help whatever way we can to facilitate that, to get that going, to get more involvement from the others, because you are a large part, but it's only a percentage of touching the ones. And to your point, if we can touch them at an earlier stage, it's much easier to help and more cost-effective than waiting till at the very end. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, good point.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you.
All right.
See you, sir.
Okay, we will move to item number 9, public hearing on condition rezoning requests, the Bassett Bay subdivision. Good morning, Mr. Tyson.
Good morning. The board has 2 public hearings on rezoning requests this morning, a residential and an industrial. We'll begin first with the residential. The subject property that's outlined in red on the screen is an approximately 193-acre tract of undeveloped land. Is currently in the ownership of the F. Daniel Bissett II Irrevocable Trust. As you can see right here, it is located on both sides of West Old Spring Hope Road, Middlesex. It is just south of the Fraser Crossroads at the intersection of West Old Spring Hope Road and Fraser Road. And this whole area is southwest of the town of Spring Hope. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen that this is in an A1 agricultural zone as signified by the light green color covering that portion of the Nash County zoning map. This rezoning request has been submitted by the property owner to rezone the property from A1 agricultural to RA30CZ, single-family residential conditional zone, specifically for the development of a proposed 151-lot subdivision to be called Bissett's Bay. There would be 3 substantial impacts on the property if this morning's rezoning request were to be approved by the board. The first would be a reduction in the minimum lot area requirement for the development of the subdivision. It is currently 40,000 square feet, and it would be reduced to 30,000 square feet per lot, increasing the permitted residential density. There are also more than 60 different land uses that are permitted for development in the current rural A1 zoning district that would no longer be allowed for development if the proposed RA30 zoning district were adopted. Those include single-wide and double-wide manufactured homes, manufactured home parks, duplexes, event and conference venues, private campgrounds, outdoor shooting ranges, kennels, demolition debris landfills, solar farms, solid waste collection and disposal facilities, mining, explosives manufacturing, and sawmills. So approval of the request would reduce the minimum lot size, but it would also be more restrictive in terms of the land uses that may be developed on the property. Of course, this is a conditional request, which allows for the attachment of reasonable site-specific development conditions. One of those conditions, of course, would be that the subject property can only be developed in accordance with the proposed subdivision sketch plan. And so we'll review that sketch plan now. I would note that this sketch plan is turned 90 degrees in order to show more detail. So the right-hand side of your screen would be the north side, or what was oriented up on our previous maps. This sketch plan has been prepared and submitted by Stocks Engineering on behalf of the applicant. This would include 9 new public road rights-of-way, serving, as previously stated, 151 new residential lots. Only 2 of these lots, located right here, would be accessed directly from West Old Spring Hope Road, and the other 149 lots would be accessed from the new interior roads that are proposed for construction. The sketch plan includes a total of 4 stub road connections around the perimeter of the development that would allow potential future interconnectivity to the south, east, and west of the subject property. Each of these new lots would have to meet or exceed the dimensional requirements of the proposed zoning district, meaning that they would have to include at least 30,000 square feet of minimum lot area and be 100 feet wide. Each lot is expected to have an on-site septic system. At the planning board, the developer agreed to a zoning condition that will require the development to be served by either an extension of the Nash County Public Water System or a community well water system, but not by individual private on-site wells. And the developer's representative can explain a little better than I can about how a community well water system would work and how that would be a deeper well that would not necessarily pull from the same water table as the existing surrounding household wells in this area. As always, when we consider rezoning, we're required by state statute to consult our comprehensive land use plan. This excerpt from the plan's future land use map shows that the property is primarily designated in the green color as a residential agricultural area. The plan recommends a minimum allowable lot size of 30,000 square feet for this area. And of course, the proposed zoning district has a minimum lot size requirement of 30,000 square feet. The plan also recommends that rezonings that increase residential density should also prohibit manufactured homes. And this proposed zoning district, again, does not permit the development of single-wide or double-wide manufactured homes or manufactured home parks. There are 2 portions of the subject property that are designated as water protection natural resource areas. They are little fingers of property that correspond with existing streams. Those streams are shown on the sketch plan and have been protected with the state required 50-foot wide riparian stream buffer. Also, this stream right here at the front will require NCDEQ permitting in order to mitigate the impacts of the road crossing. And so because the areas that are designated as water protection natural resource areas are very narrow and are protected by the stream buffer, the staff does consider this to be consistent with the recommendations of the plan. We also are obligated to consider whether the request is reasonable and if the request might be considered spot zoning. The request may not be considered unreasonable spot zoning because this property already is and would continue to be zoned for residential use, similar to the adjacent surrounding properties. Also, approval of the request, as I already explained, will permit smaller minimum lot areas and increased residential density, but will be much more restrictive in terms of the permitted land uses. The Technical Review Committee considered this request back on February 26th and recommended approval subject to the development conditions that we'll review shortly. The Planning Board considered this request on March 16th. There were 2 individuals, Mr. Barry Adams and Mr. John Finch, who addressed the board at that time in opposition to the request. They stated concerns regarding potential water runoff inadequate electrical and internet utility infrastructure, and the potential impacts of the development on local wildlife, groundwater supply, and traffic safety. Mr. David Manning owns an adjacent property up here in the top right-hand corner of the map. And he asked the developer to provide an access easement from one of the new public road rights-of-way, essentially this road here, across one of these lots to his adjacent property, which is located at 4152 Fraser Road. Mr. Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering addressed the board at that meeting on behalf of the applicant, and he agreed on behalf of the developer to provide that requested easement as a condition of the rezoning request. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request, subject to the development conditions recommended in the staff report. There is included in this staff report a motion for approval and a motion for denial. Both are accompanied by statements of plan consistency and reasonableness. Under the development conditions, in the event that the board votes to approve the request, I just want to highlight conditions 3 and 4. Condition number 3 states a private access easement at least 18 feet in width shall be provided on the final plat of the development from the proposed new interior road right-of-way on the subject property to the immediately adjacent property of David Manning, located at 4152 Fraser Road. And again, that would be an easement in the top right-hand corner from this new public road right-of-way to Mr. Manning's immediately adjacent property there. And condition number 4, the subdivision development shall be served by either an extension of the Nash County Public Water System or a community well water system, but not by individual private on-site wells. And at the time of the planning board, the developer was still investigating and weighing their options between the possibilities of the Nash County Public Water System connection or a private community well system. With that, I will pause and take any questions that the board has on the staff report before we proceed to the public hearing.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Any questions for Mr. Tyson? Commissioner Davis?
Not a question, but to give a chance to be looking at it, and we may get the answer from the engineer, but I'm going to be interested in how this subdivision stacks up with the new ideas that we're looking at in the UDO rewrite as it relates to public water and distances. That may be, we might could have that answer after the engineer reports in case he doesn't cover it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other questions?
And Commissioner Davis, jump in if you need to clarify it. But what he just said, the Nash County Public Water System or private, you said they were looking at, we required another developer not too long ago. And I just want to make sure we're being consistent, because we required that developer to, I believe it was the public water system. And so why are we giving this developer the chance for private? Can you?
So one thing I can point out is that I believe the nearest water line is on Highway 97, which would be off to the left side of the map here. And the property owner, to my knowledge, does not, I don't believe they own property that is contiguous to Highway 97. So they would have to secure an easement or purchase some property in order to be located where they could connect to that water line. Where they are adjacent to the public right-of-way, they are a significant distance away from the nearest existing public water line. I don't know what the distance is. I believe that the applicant's engineer said it was approximately a mile or more from where they were. Which would be farther than our maximum that we're looking at adopting in the Unified Development Ordinance for the revised version. But that's the water system situation as I understand it, and perhaps the applicant's representative can expound on that a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Fairfield?
Have we taken a look at water treatment plant for southern Nash area and also the northern Nash area?
I have
I
not
think-
personally been involved in those discussions, but I understand that there was a feasibility study or will be a feasibility study, but I would not be the one that could update you on those particulars.
Why you haven't been personally involved in it?
That's more of a public utilities matter. Can you expand on that any?
Well, you need,
About consideration of new water treatment systems for southern Nash County?
and northern.
Well, right now, we
Regional.
have adequate capacity within the current system to serve the customers that we have. Certainly, at some point, as we start to reach capacity, we will need to look at expansion. But right now, we have adequate capacity with our wholesale contract with the city of Rocky Mount and the groundwater supply wells that we will have coming online in the next, I would say, 15 to 18 months.
I think he's talking about sewage,
I thought,
He
I'm sorry, I
said
said
water.
water treatment,
Well,
Water treatment, wastewater treatment.
wastewater treatment.
Okay, wastewater treatment. Yeah, so we're working on the Southern Ash wastewater planning grant study with the towns of Middlesex, Bailey, and some input from the town of Spring Hope. So we are evaluating that issue to see what options may be available and how best to move forward. But we do recognize there is a need for additional wastewater treatment capacity in the southern part of Nash County. Was that the question?
well, you're going to depend on these municipalities to handle all of rural Nash County, northern and south.
No, sir, it would be, we're looking at how we can work together cooperatively to both address the needs of the towns and to address the needs that exist in the unincorporated portion of the county. So it'll be a regional approach as opposed to attacking the issue independently. We would try to work together cooperatively.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, but we need to look at what's best for Nash County. I know we should be working with the municipalities, but with the number of lots that we come up each month rezoning, it could in the future be a real big problem as far as contamination is concerned.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Commissioner Leggett?
Mr. Tyson, looking at the map, looking at the GIS map, there's a property that's at 5394 Fraser Road. It's on the east side of the property. You see 5394 Fraser Road?
An address point
Yes.
that's actually located on the subject property.
It looks like maybe there's a single wide trailer located there. I'm just wondering if that's going to be kept or if that's going to be taken out as part of the development.
I suspect it's going to be removed if it hasn't already, but since you've made a note of that, I'm sure the developer will address that when he comes forward.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I get a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Uh,
All opposed? Motion carried. We're now into our public hearing. Okay. Good morning. Anyone wishing to speak on the Passett Bay subdivision public hearing?
Hi,
All right, good morning.
Nancy Westbreak, Nashville Graphic. I have 4 questions. Where is the proposed location of the community well, if, as it's currently under consideration? How many lots are actually touching the 2 streams? what kind of protection would be in place for those streams from septic systems being put on those lots? And what's the name of that one larger body of water that was off to the left?
Okay, anyone else? Good morning. State your name for our record.
Barry Adams. I'm currently a owner of a property that is adjacent to the proposed property. I did talk at the other planning meeting. Some of my concerns haven't been addressed generally by the fact of the water well that would not impact our individual wells. But one of the big areas is safety. Old Spring Hope Road is relatively a rural road. It does not have a wide berth. We're talking about 150 houses only accessing this one road for its egress and outgress. There's no, apparently on the maps, there's no turn lanes or any kind of access from Old Spring Hope Road that would lower that speed limit. I know that it's in the notes as far as getting approval from the DOT for those type of issues there. The other thing that I'm directly affected by is that my property is downstream from the proposed application, so we'd want to make sure that that water runoff is handled properly. The other thing is the outlying area we're in, we do not have but one supplier of internet capability, and so we would be concerned about the access to utilities. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak during the public hearing? Good morning. State your
morning.
name, sir.
Joseph Bailey. I live at 8938 Grand Brantley Road, Bailey, North Carolina. And I don't know, it looks like the same thing that I've been bringing up the whole entire time. I see a big subdivision like this, and I wonder, I haven't seen any numbers or anything come up yet, you know, about our first responders, firefighters, EMS, law enforcement. You know, I want to see what kind of impact this is going to have on them, and are they able to keep up right now? I've already been bringing this up since, I think the first meeting I come to was in January, and y'all are familiar with my petition. I've got probably 500 signatures on that. I haven't been able to print anything out. My granddad, he was in the hospital last week, so I've had a lot of stuff to deal with. I've kind of had to put this stuff on the back burner, but there's a lot of people that in the whole county that are wondering, and I'm trying to be as nice as I can. I've tried to be nice the whole entire time, you know, from the very beginning when I first come up here, but there's a lot of people wondering, you know, what are y'all thinking? I mean, if you want me to be honest. And I can't call out no names. I think that's in the rules, but you know, there's certain people that I think are pushing this a little too hard than what it should be. You know, I don't care what, you know, I've been going to the, I'm in the Citizens Academy, and I've been looking into how y'all run the county and everything y'all do, and I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot for each and every one of you, every single person that is involved, I know. But I don't care what, you know, if y'all, I hear that y'all are getting pushed back from Raleigh, you know, that we need this growth, we need this and that. I mean, it may be true. I mean, you know, I'm not against the growth, but it needs to be done right. And I haven't been able to sit in and listen on this. I got here late. I would have loved to have been hunting this morning, but you know, I figured I need to come up here, and everybody that can come needs to come and speak their mind. But I don't know. I would love to see some numbers, something, you know, with you know, letting us know where we're at as far as keeping up with all these people that y'all are bringing to the county. And I think they said something about a community well. I don't know if that's what's being planned on putting out here, but I think the well ought to, if that's the case, I think the well ought to be dug before anything. That ought to be the first thing that ought to be done. And see, how much water you're going to be able to have if it's going to be able to sustain all these people, because water is a necessity. So, I mean, and right now, you ought to know with this drought that's been going on, I've seen ponds that are lower than they've been since I've been born. I'm 27 years old, and I've never seen some of these ponds as low as they are. I can't imagine. I've heard some older people say the same thing that are 50, 60, 70 years old. So, and I would like to know if there's some kind of emergency response plan that y'all have, that if, what happens if, if we keep having a drought like this and people's wells run dry, and let's say there's people that can't afford to go buy water at the store, they're relying on that well solely, how you will get water to those people? I'm just curious. I ain't trying to sound, like a crazy doomsday prepper or nothing like that, but it's something that I think needs to be thought about before we keep trying to grow the county the way we're going. And, as far as the county goes, this is supposed to, North Carolina's agriculture, the county's agriculture. It's right there on the seal, and all this was active farmland up until now, I imagine. And I don't see how this fits into our county at all. None of the growth that's been coming. I could understand some growth that would, you take a farm like this, I think it's 190-something acres. You say, okay, well, we're only going to develop 6 acres of this. The rest of it, we're going to leave farmland. But, I know landowners have got rights to do what they want to do with their land, but when it involves the whole public, when it involves everybody, 151 houses, you're looking at, 2 or 3 people per house at least. So look at all these people that we're going to have, that's going to be under the county's responsibility.
All right, you have about 1 minute left.
1 minute. I didn't write no speech up or nothing. I'm just talking off the top of my head, but. What, was your timer different? Oh, so he was off. Well, that's fine.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during our public hearing? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, and I'm representing the developer for this rezoning. As Adam Tyson stated, the proposed request is to rezone the property from A1 to R30CZ for a residential subdivision. The total property is roughly 193 acres, and we're proposing 151 lots on the sketch plan, which creates an average lot size of 1.28 acres per lot. The property will be served with public water, either through a community water system or by extending the Nash County water system roughly 6,000 feet to the site. And to answer, I think, the original question, Mr. Davis, you had asked, I think the current proposed Unified Development Ordinance states 3,000 feet. If a site was within 3,000 feet, that we had to provide public water to that development. And our site's a little over twice that. And so the developer is interested and wants to do that. We actually, after the planning board meeting, and we got approval there, set up a meeting with Jonathan Boone to discuss the feasibility options of trying to get water to this site, not only for this proposed development, but to serve all of those neighbors that would be adjacent to the line that we get there. After the approval of this request by the planning board, again, we set up a meeting with Mr. Jonathan Boone to discuss how to serve the property. The property has been evaluated by a licensed soil scientist, and each lot has or will have sufficient soils to support a primary septic system, as well as a repair area in the event that the initial system were to fail. Landscape buffers will be provided as required by the Nash County Unified Development Ordinance, and DOT has evaluated and approved the location of the proposed driveway, as well as the existing and proposed traffic generated from the site. Stormwater will be reviewed and permitted through Nash County. The county currently has a stormwater ordinance in place that places stringent requirements on the developer to not only treat the water quality, but to treat the water quantity as well. So the developer will have to show that the stormwater leaving the site is at a rate equal to or less than the existing runoff rate, and that the water quality meets the NCDEQ current thresholds. Again, we were contacted by David Manning about the adjacent access easement to the north of our property. Being good neighbors, we have agreed to the 18-foot minimum access easement to his property. Apparently, there were issues with his access through the solar farm. The proposed location will be determined during the design with input from Mr. Manning. A couple of the other concerns that were brought up, EMS and 911, I believe, are part of the TRC review meeting, and obviously they are aware of these developments as they come. These developments also don't happen overnight. They take many years to get there, and so I think there's plenty of time to look at that and prepare. The current mobile home on 5394 Fraser Road will be removed. There will be no existing homes on the property that will remain once we're done. Everything will be removed. There are currently 6 lots that touch the stream that were requested. 4 of those are actually adjacent to the road as you cross the stream. 2 of them is the rear of their backyards that would back up roughly at 600 feet from the front of those lots. So other than the impact for the road crossing, there's no impacts to the stream. That will obviously be permitted and regulated with DEQ, and we'll have to get a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers to make that crossing. There is one more stream on the property that we are not impacting, that we actually stopped the development prior to that to avoid that impact. This one is right at the entrance to the property. There's no way to access the property without crossing the stream. After that, I'll be happy to answer any other questions you guys have.
Okay, any question for the developer?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Leggett?
Okay. Thank you for being here to answer our questions. My first question is about the stormwater plan. You mentioned that there will be a stormwater plan in place. Who regulates that and making sure that the plan is followed and that it's implemented properly?
Sure. So that's regulated by Nash County. So the current planning department and engineering will review that plan and make sure that we meet and follow the current Unified Development Ordinance requirements for that stormwater plan. So obviously, right now, your current requirements are that we have to meet pre versus post for runoff of the site. So essentially, we cannot increase the runoff rate at which the stormwater leaves the site from its current condition. And then the second is a water quality component that makes sure that we currently meet the state's requirements for water quality for nitrogen and phosphorus runoff.
Okay, and you also mentioned that the plan has been evaluated by the NCDOT. Was a turn lane or reduction in speed limit recommended?
So DOT doesn't, I guess, allow us to recommend speed limits or request that. That's something the county can request. But they did evaluate the location of the driveway and then the number of homes that would empty out onto it. And there were no recommendations from DOT for improvements to the road.
Okay, let's see. I guess just my preference on the water, it's a little bit open-ended as you guys have presented it. I would like to see more specificity on, are you guys going to use county water? Is the county going to extend water to you? Or if you're going to be using a community well, and if so, where that will be located?
Okay, so the short answer is we want to use Nash County water. The concern is it's 6,000 feet away and we don't have direct access to the line. So we would have to get adjacent property or an easement from adjacent property owner to try to access that water. So again, that's part of our concern. If we controlled every aspect of it, it would be an easier question to answer. We do have some contacts that we have reached out to about access to get onto the property that we think are productive, but we need to discuss that with staff and kind of talk about that in a little more detail to make sure all of that makes sense. So again, our goal is to have Nash County water. That's what we want and intend to have. But there are a few things that are out of our control. So at this stage, what we can commit to is either a public water system through a community well, and there's several big lots that are located on the property. And so the ones that you see that are the bigger lots, that's where we would obviously locate those well locations. And we can pick specific lots if you need to know those lot numbers. But ultimately, there will be 2 wells that would be required to meet public water supply requirements for that. So if we were to go, and again, we don't want to go that route, but if we were to go with the community water system option, we would be required to have 2 wells. They would be reviewed, approved by public water supply. So it's a public water system operated the same way, still has water treatment, all that good stuff. And again, we would set it up so that it could be taken over by Nash County in the event that water were to get there, we were able to pull that off. But again, that's why we're hesitant to make a commitment, just because we don't control all the pieces to get there. Does that make sense?
It does, and if y'all were to set up a community well system, would that require the establishment of a homeowners association?
Homeowners association is required regardless of the well, but yes, there would be a well needed. With the current mail kiosk requirements, the homeowners association is required on day one for every subdivision now.
Okay. And then the last question, thank you for
Sure.
being patient with me. One of our speakers at the public hearing, Ms. Nancy from the newspaper, she had some questions about the protecting the streams and lots that backed up to those streams that needed protection. I just want to make sure that her questions were answered.
So I'll talk about it again. So ultimately, there's one stream that we're crossing. There's 6 lots that are adjacent to that stream. 4 of those are road fronting the road that crosses the stream. 2 actually is their back of their property line that come from a side street. So the stream's roughly 600 feet from the front of their property. So really long ways in the back of their properties. But ultimately, as far as protection, that stream crossing will have to be reviewed and permitted by NCDEQ and the Army Corps of Engineers. And obviously, they'll ensure that we meet all of their requirements as far as protecting the stream, water quality again, and stormwater runoff, but then every bit of that will be permitted. So there'll be no further impacts other than that one stream that we have to do to get onto the property. And then there's one more stream that's at the very back end, the very southern end, or on the map, the very left end, that we actually stop the development short. And you can see those are really, really large lots that go and actually cross that stream. We didn't want to make another stream impact to the property. We had to make the first one just to get access, but the second one we were able to avoid.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other question for the developer? Commissioner Davis?
Ms. Barnell, I'm a little confused about 2 answers you gave. You gave an answer a while ago that it was 6,000 feet to the closest water line. I understood you to say then that that was along public right-of-way. And you talked about an access to 97, which required easements. I don't think we were given a distance on that one. Am I confused on what the facts are?
Probably, maybe I just didn't say it as accurately as I could have. So ultimately, to get all the way up, if we didn't get any access whatsoever to Fraser Road and then up to Old Spring Hope Road to our entrance, I think it's a little over 7,000 feet. So that ultimately, we have worked out an agreement about halfway up where we can cut over into our property, and we think we can get that around 6,000 feet. So it's a little bit better than having to go all the way up to our entrance and then come back down. If we wanted to go along 97 and we were able to get access there, the distance shortens to about 5,000 feet. So there's a swing in there of distance that we think we can make it work several different ways. But obviously, we want to take the shortest route. But there are multiple locations, obviously, we touch several roads or have access to different properties. So depending on how that works, the distances would change. But to get all the way around with no easements at all would be 7,000 feet. But we are pretty confident we have access at 6,000 feet. But if we were able to get access along 97 for one of those lots, it would be roughly 5,000 foot of water line.
Good. And when you run the numbers for a 4-inch water line for 151 lots, which one does the math work for? 5,000, 6,000, 7,000?
Well, I'll let the developer is here. If we need to ask that question, I'll let him talk about numbers because I want to be hesitant to discuss numbers. But I mean, ultimately, it's around $100 a foot is what we use for a budget number to run water line down right away. So, I mean, right now there will be a 1,000 feet, difference. But ultimately, the difference between the community water system and the county water system is running at roughly 6,000 feet down the road or 5,000 feet if we were able to get an easement. I'm assuming we won't have to buy an easement. No one's going to give it to us. So there's a cost associated with that. But roughly, we're looking at 6,000 feet or $600,000.
Just me, myself, am prepared today to approve this with public water being Nash County water. I'm not prepared to approve it or vote in that direction with a community well. What does it do to you time-wise to try to come up with that answer before we actually vote on this zoning itself?
I'll defer to the developer,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
I understand.
To
Sure.
answer that question.
Sure.
Any other technical questions?
And the reason being, we're trying to develop a countywide water system.
I get it.
151 customers is a large number at one time.
Right.
And in looking after the public interest of all Nash County, we need this to be on Nash County Public Water, short and long of it,
Right.
in all subdivisions of this nature, if we can make it work. If there's a combination of some involvement by Nash County, it just to be studied very thoroughly.
Okay.
That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any, Commissioner Bellfield?
You got 152 lots, I believe. It's surrounded by agriculture, farming. And you're going to have runoff from that. Have you thought about, the developer thought about a holding pond for this development?
Yes, sir. There are several existing ponds on the property, but obviously through the design process, we'll have to run through, and if a pond's required, we'll have to install one. Nash County current ordinance has all of the stipulations that we need to meet their stormwater requirements to make sure that, one, we're not sending more water to the downstream property owners, to those farms downstream, or trying to handle the water that they're sending us. So either way, the current ordinance addresses that, and we'll make sure that it meets that. So if a pond's required, we'll obviously install an additional pond. But again, there's several existing ponds that are on the property now.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Howell?
I'm kind of restate this and some things I've talked to the developer on already, just make sure I'm on the same page, and also transparency for all the citizens that are here today as well. So if I understand it outright, there's roughly 200 acres, 190-something acres there. And outright, I think the developer told me you can build somewhere around 138 homes, give or take.
Correct.
And that wouldn't require you to come before this board.
Correct.
That would allow you to put a well in on every single site.
And just to, not to interrupt you, but that one has already been approved by the planning board, so we could proceed with that one.
Okay.
With it, yeah.
So as far as impact, and that's what I'm looking at here, what's the best for the county and the citizens in the county, particularly the ones that are adjoining this property? If that's done, it's going to affect their water. You've been in here in other meetings for other developers, and you've seen the impacts of that already, and the citizens coming in and complaining. That's my concern, is the fact that, the average well now is $10,000 for a homeowner, and a lot of these homeowners can't afford $10,000. I was actually speaking with one from another subdivision that we just approved here recently, where the homeowner had to go and take out a loan to get another well put in because it dropped the water level down. So these water concerns are real. But that being said, you're approved to do 138 on your own without coming for us already with a well in every single one. I understand it's the wish of the developer to connect to the county water system, which I think is the best option as well, because that does not impact the quality of water for the existing residents. Plus, it puts the water out there available for other residents that do have an issue without having to dig a new well. They can connect on to the water system. It's also my understanding that y'all have a meeting set up with staff later this week to see what the feasibility of that is, because some other developers have come through us and we've approved it with the stipulation that they connect the county water, and I'm understanding the county's helping out with the cost of that as well. So am I pretty accurate on everything at this point? So you won't be able to give us an answer on whether you can commit to county water until you sit down and meet with the county and see what they have done for other developers and what options they're willing to do for your developer on this particular situation. Would that be a fair statement?
That's fair.
The only clarification I'd like to add, the county would not supplement the developer's cost. The involvement by the county would be in an oversized agreement. So Commissioner Davis mentioned a 4-inch. I'm not sure if a 4-inch would serve this subdivision, but let's just say it's a 4-inch, and the county determined we would like to have a 6-inch for future expansion. We would pay the difference between the cost of a 4-inch and a 6-inch. So the developer would still bear the expense for designing, permitting, installing the infrastructure to serve their development. We would just absorb the incremental cost to upsize the water main. But we are not supplementing that we are not supplementing the cost of the development.
And when we upsize this, are we going to install fire hydrants as well?
If it's 6-inch, then we would have fire hydrants, yes, sir.
Okay. So I guess without you giving a commitment today, I guess I would ask, would the board and then when we get out of the public hearing, would the developer entertain postponing this until that meeting's done and we can come back with an answer that would definitely would go with county water versus a community well? I know there's going to be a HOA regardless, but there's also going to be additional costs associated with it if you go with a HOA and they're having to pay for the upkeep of that water system. Then you got a third party involved, whereas if the county water system's out there, it's all run through the county. I think that's a more smoother process for the customers that's coming into Nash County, into the new development, and also our existing citizens that are already here. We'll give them the option to connect to water as well. Because I have talked to several of the citizens around this, and there is interest in some of the citizens out there to connect to county water. So I think it would be the right thing to do for the citizens in Nash County to provide them that opportunity, along with provide water here at this site as well.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other question for the developer? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll let the developer come up and speak about
Okay.
developer-related questions, too.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joe Hartsfield, 2904 Woodstream Drive in Wilson, North Carolina. So just a couple of the facts that have already been pointed out, but just to reiterate, we currently can, by right, do a little over 130 some plus or minus lots. So we're only talking about a difference of about 20 lots-ish. If we develop by rights, we don't have to come before this board, and we could do community well. Again, as the engineer said, our desire, you know, we have talked a lot, this board has talked a lot, the citizens have talked a lot about what's best for Nash County, what's responsible development. Our desire is to do county water. We feel like that's what the responsible thing to do is. We think it's the best for the county long-term. We think it's the best for the citizens long-term. If county water is provided, then there are already customers in this area. I have talked with several, you know, people that live in this area that could be potential customers to the county water who have concerns about their well. One gentleman has a 50-foot well. He said, we've not had any problems, but we don't want any problems. And I can completely understand that, you know, and we don't, our desire is not to increase cost, you know, to the surrounding residents who already live here. So our desire is to do community well. However, we're being asked to lift and carry the burden of extending water over double what the new UDO would require, which is, in my understanding, 3,000 feet. So all we're asking is for the county to be a partner some way. We want to figure it out. We want to work it out. We want to get county water there. However, I just do want to remind, we could go do the 138 or so lots now and not have to do that. It doesn't help the surrounding people who may have well issues in the future to be able to connect. And it also, in our opinion, is not what's best long-term for the community. You know, we've heard, we have reached out, Mr. Manning, we've tried to reach out to most of the property owners that had a concern. Mr. Manning, we went above and beyond. We're giving him an easement. You know, that was not required for previous rezonings. We know of one recently that was rezoned without that being a requirement. So we want to be good neighbors. We want to do what's best for the community. Mr. Manning sent an email to Mr. Tyson. I don't know if that was shared with the board, but saying that we had reached out to him and that, you know, we were going to agree, and that we had agreed for him to have an easement and that we would, you know, he was confident in our answer that we would work together on that, which I told him we would. So the current facts are we could get 138 or so. We're talking about a 20-lot differential. We could get 138 or so now without any approvals. We do want to do what's best long-term for the community, which we think is community water. It is a heavy lift, and would it's, you know, I guess my question would be, what's been the policy in the past? Have we required developers to run 6,000 foot of water in the past in order to get rezoning?
Well,
Not during my tenure.
go ahead.
Not during my tenure.
So we've not required that in the past, and so unless that's a precedent going forward, I'm not sure why it would be required on this one. Were there any other direct questions that I can answer other than the water? Again, our desire is to work with Nash County. We want to do that. We want to be good neighbors. We want to do what's best for the community long-term. And, you know, we just can't commit to that today, not knowing a lot of factors that the engineers already, you know, pointed out. Location of the well, I think, was addressed. Number of lots touching the wetlands was addressed. Average lot size, if you divide the number of lots, even at the 151 over the entire parcel, it's at 1.2 acres, 1.28, almost 1.3 land allocated per lot, which is large overall as we look at density. Any other questions that I could answer directly?
All right. Any question for the developer?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner Wilkins.
I have some comments, and I'm going to ask you to stop me if I'm out of line. But to the developer, you said you could get 138 without any approvals. Well, get the 138 if that's what you want. Some of the things you said, maybe the way you said it, to me, were not respectful of this board or this county or the people that live in Bailey. It came across as arrogant, and I'm sorry. Like I said, you telling us what you can do without approvals, we'll do it if you need to. And don't get the approvals for what, the 193. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Wilkinson, and I apologize if it came, I just wanted to point out the facts. It was not intended in any way to be disrespectful to any citizen or any board member, as I, you know, just want to make sure the facts are clear and that I reiterated those because it's been brought up a number of times. But I think, you know, and again, I hope, I'm not trying to come across arrogant, I'm just trying to point out the facts. The facts are that there are a potential 151 lots for county water, as well as a potential to serve surrounding communities that have concern of their wells with water being extended, and that was my only objective. It was never to be disrespectful in any way. So if it came across that way, I definitely apologize.
Thank you.
And thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Davis.
Since we got over into the rewrite of the UDO, I think the citizens, and particularly the developers, which I am one of, and so I'm talking to myself, but we also got to understand that there are many things in that UDO. This board could decide that we're going to make Nash County smallest lot 2 acres, 3 acres, 5 acres, and it would be perfectly legal. So we got to understand we got to work together on this. And working together means a commitment from developers that we are prepared to do whatever possible to use public utilities. And my description of public utilities is going to be county water, quite frankly. Running the math up here, and my math and Mr. Barnell's math may be a little different, but you're talking about $3,500 per lot to run this water line, the middle number, which is 6,000 feet. That math to me looks pretty simple in that it will work. But, you know, rather than say, I didn't take it like Commissioner Wilkins did, I didn't take it as a threat by any means, but the commitment we got to make as a board is we got to work with our developers, and the commitment developers got to make with the citizens as well as this board is you're going to need to work as much as you can and make it feasible to develop Nash County in a way that the majority of the citizens want it developed. And we've got one town that's recently, my understanding is, it said the minimum lot size in this town is going to be 2 acres. That's something we could do. And I think it would stand the test of the legal requirements, but that's not where we are. We are at 30,000 feet at the moment, 30,000 feet minimum lot size. I'm not saying that's not going to change. It's a commitment that I think this board made during the previous rewrite on another portion that we have worked on. But we got to understand, we just got to work together. And I'd like to see a much stronger commitment that Nash County Public Water would be used for this subdivision, even if it remains. And my question to Mr. Varnell was, and he referred it to you, does it hurt you to wait 30 days, see if you can get this worked out? What does it do to you? Because that's where I'm quite frankly at, Joe, at this moment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Davis. I agree with you 100%. I mean, I think developers do have to work with Nash County. They have to work with citizens. We've not seen that from developments done in the past. We've seen more of a bull in a china shop type approach. It's not the approach we want. It's not the reputation we want, and that's why, I take very seriously the comments that Ms. Wilkerson pointed out, because that was not my intent at all. So I apologize again for that if that's the way it came across. My intentions were just to point out the facts. And I think, Mr. Davis, I agree with you 100%. Developers have to work with commissioners and the county and the citizens. And so that is our desire, and it's why our desire to get water there is. And if it takes waiting 30 days to see if we can get help to do that or assistance, we're willing to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Howell.
I just want to point out here, I'm glad to hear Commissioner Davis as a developer speak up and say he's supporting 6,000 square feet for developers to connect to water lines going forward on development side. I was glad to hear that. That's above and beyond the current recommendation of 3,000 feet. But that's not the case currently, and I think it's fair that we're here as county to provide services to the citizens. The new citizens coming in and our existing citizens. And you've heard this developer stand here and tell you his preference is to do county water. We've never asked a developer to do 6,000 feet before. And we keep changing these rules, which is, again, another subject for today, but Commissioner Leggett brought up a point here a while back, and I supported on it, why we need a moratorium on large developments until we can get some consistency here. It's not fair to the developers, it's not fair to the citizens. We're all over the place. And it is a partnership, and it should be a partnership. But the partnership means support from both sides. It means don't place the burden financially on all the citizens. Don't place the financial burden on the developers. Don't place the financial burden all on the businesses. It should be a joint venture. And quite frankly, I've been on this board now roughly a year and a half, and there is no water system to mount to much in the southern end of the county. There is no sewer system. Commissioner Bedfield brought up earlier about waste management. Nash County does not have a wastewater treatment facility. We pipe it all to Rocky Mount. And we got to fix that because the growth is coming. And it's about time we partner up as partners from Nash County and start this development infrastructure and give clear direction to our developers and our citizens and put this infrastructure in place because the growth is coming. We're not going to stop it. And if we provide this growth and provide guidance when we do this growth, we eliminate all these discussions. And we look like we know what we're doing. So I recommend at this point we postpone this until the developer can meet with county staff and work something out. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Howell, thank you for the comments. I will also say, I think that's what we as developer, I mean, there's myself, there's other developers in the room. We all just want to be treated the same. What's good for one needs to be good for the others. When it's looked at individually, it does seem, even if there's not, that there's some bias for some developers and not for others. I mean, we want what's fair, but, we don't know what's fair because we don't know what's offered to other developers, I will also add that, as we think about affordability for counties and affordable housing, as developers have to pick up the entire cost to run water such as 6,000 feet, there's, that ultimately goes into the cost of the land, which is the first input of a home, and it deters, affordable housing for residents that need that. So just another thing to be aware of as we think through how to work best. And I think everybody's aligned in that we all want to work together. We just don't know how, and I think that's where the decisions need to be made, by this board and others for guidance on us so that we're not having to ask every meeting and you guys are not having to spend so much time weighing out so many different factors. If it were just boxes that we could check and say, hey, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this, we know we're going to get approval, that would make the process so much easier for developers as well.
Commissioner Davis.
I do want to make one comment to Commissioner Howells. It must be understood, you said I was in favor of a 6,000 maximum. It's got to be a derivative of the number of lots and the distance. It can't be a fixed number. In this case, it's 151 lots. So when you do the math, it works for 6,000 feet in my preliminary estimates, but that don't mean I'm right by any means. So I hope at the end of the day, our UDO rewrite includes a formula by which the number of lots is considered in the process of what developers got to be responsible for. It's not going to be a fixed number. It shouldn't be a fixed number, because a 30-lot subdivision can't afford 6,000 square feet of water lines. 151, maybe it can, and we'll hear back from that later. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Bellfield. Did you have?
Oh, I just want to make a comment that we, as a board in Nash County, we need to look at what's best for the citizens of Nash County. And what we have done in the past may not be efficient enough for the future. And so we need to start looking at planning and make sure we're doing what's best for the citizens in the future.
Yes, sir, I agree. And I think county water there.
And that may require some change, a lot of changes from what we've been doing. As in zoning, it may call for some change. It may call for us to change our plan that we have existing now.
Yes, sir.
Any other question? My comment, Commissioner Howard, is that we have the same issues in the northern section of the county. There's no septic sewer system, or water's not ran to all citizens, so we are on both ends of the county, just not just the southern end. Any other questions for the developer? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay. We will now entertain, okay.
My name is Cecil Williams, 6765 Jordan Road, Elm City, North Carolina. I agree with Mr. Hartsfield that I'm hoping this board won't have economic advantages and disadvantages one developer over another. In one we did, we agreed to work with the county on the 4-inch line, on the upgrade, whatever, upgrade, I believe, upsize, excuse me, yes, sir. Ours was 4,400 feet from where we're gonna have to start paying, and all the way down to the property that we've agreed, and we've got engineers, I'm paying money every day for an engineer to work on the agreement with the county and get all the stuff right, so that can be done. And I would hope that this county wouldn't put economic advantages for one developer to another. Everybody should have to do the same thing. And the only other thing I will say, maybe I misunderstood, but I didn't hear a thing about buffers for between this subdivision and other existing properties. And we agreed to do, it's not in the UDO, but we agreed to do the buffers, and it was taken from the industrial side, I believe it is, the buffers that was put on the developments that we just got approved. And so I'm hoping that the county And the county will require buffers on all subdivisions, or go back and just say, we're not going to do buffers until we get UDO. But one developer shouldn't have advantage over the other. And our subdivision is only 50 lots that we're dealing with, and the other one's 150. So I'm hoping that that'll take place, and the buffers. Thank you.
Okay. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Howell and second by Commissioner Wilkins, that we close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Public hearings now closed, and now we will go back to our regular board discussion.
Just a couple of comments to some things that were said during the public hearing. Ms. Westbrook, I think, asked about what she referred to as a body of water to the west. I'm not sure I would call this a body of water. These are wetlands around a stream or a branch over here to the west, and I don't have the materials to know if there's a name assigned to that with me, but I will look into that when I return to the office and let her know. I think Mr. Varnell did a good job of answering her other questions. The community well, the two community wells, if they need to be used, would be on the larger lots. There are 6 lots adjacent to the stream up here and 6 lots adjacent down here. The 50-foot riparian buffers would prevent disturbance within that 50-foot width on either side of the stream bank. And also, the areas with the streams have wetter soils that aren't suitable for septic systems anyway. So as a practical matter, that will protect the stream from sewers, septic system encroachment. There was a question about landscape buffers. I think Mr. Varnell stated that the subdivision would have landscape buffers as required by the UDO. The current UDO does not have any mandatory landscape buffers for residential development. Certainly, that's something that I currently anticipate will likely be included in the revised UDO based on what we're looking at now. But any landscape buffers would have to be as a result of a condition, and we don't have a condition to that effect at this time. And then finally, it was brought to my attention during the public hearing that the sketch plan states that the subdivision will be served by a private well and septic system. That note is obviously a holdover from either another project or an earlier iteration. And so just for the record, I wanted to state that although it does state lots will be served by private well and septic, obviously the developer has agreed to a condition that it will be a community well or an expansion of the county public water system, so we can disregard that notation. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions as the board moves into discussion and potentially a motion.
Any question for Mr. Tyson?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner.
I don't have a
Will?
question for Mr. Tyson, but I wanted to, and this may have, I don't know if this should wait till after a motion is made, and then I'll wait till after the motion.
Thank you. Seeing no questions for Mr. Tyson, it's can I entertain a motion to approve or deny?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Howell.
I'd like to make a motion that we postpone the vote on this until our June 1st meeting to allow the developer time to consult with county staff on the watering, see if they can work out those details.
You heard the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Davis, second motion. Any discussion on the motion?
Discussion.
Commissioner Wilkins.
I just have a comment I wanted to say about someone that spoke in the public hearing, Mr. Bailey. He has religiously come here on issues concerning his community and whatnot. And today, he has always spoke with passion, and I saw that passion today. And his concern for his community, and he may be here, he may be there, but he gets his point across. And I just have to say, any citizen out there that wants to come speak, many of them have told me, well, I don't know what to say. What do I say? I'm scared. And it's obvious that many who don't know what to say are the best speakers sometime to get their point across. And so I just wanted to say, in reference to Mr. Bailey, at first I thought, ooh, here he comes, here he comes, here he comes. But you have my utmost respect. And the citizens in Bailey should be proud that you're here to speak. So, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could we
Yes.
clarify? I know the motion is to postpone the board's decision to the June 1st meeting. Could we clarify whether the board wishes to hold another public hearing on June the 1st where we would hear from the public again, or just hear from an update from the developer and vote? Because that would be helpful to me to know in terms of advertising prior to that meeting.
I will have to ask the person that made the motion and the one that seconded.
I would assume to have a public hearing again, allow the public a chance to speak on whatever decisions made would be my preference, but what's yours, Commissioner Davis?
Yeah.
I honestly think we've had a public hearing on this, 2 public hearings, one for the planning board, one for the board of commissioners. I'm not opposed to having another public hearing, but in reality, we're to the point where well, I don't know how the board would vote, but certainly in my case, if I hear that they're willing to work with Nash County and put the county water system in, I'm ready to vote to approve it. But I think putting it through another public hearing could just delay the developer additional, and yes, I'm a developer, but even more, I like to be fair with all of our citizens. And an adequate public hearing has been had here today, and we certainly have had some comments that have been addressed. But that's the way I feel about it.
Commissioner Howard, would you like to withdraw your motion or continue with it?
I think I would like to give the people a chance to speak again, not knowing all the facts. I know we've had it, and I respect your opinion, Commissioner Davis, but I think if they don't want to come, they don't have to come. But if they want to come and they want to speak based on the information that's going to be talked about and discussed, I think they ought to have a voice, because we're here to serve the people in Nash County.
Okay, Commissioner Davis, that still second that motion?
I will still continue to second the motion.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, that we continue this for 30 days, right?
June 1st.
June 1st, and also have a public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. We will now move to item number 10, public hearing on reconditioning, rezoning request, Strickland Brothers Enterprise Incorporated.
Thank you. The subject property in this case is an approximately 10-acre tract of land. You can see it outlined in red on the aerial photo and the zoning map on the screen. This property is owned by Strickland Brothers Enterprises Incorporated. It's located at 3622 Wiggins Road, Spring Hope, at the western corner of the intersection of Wiggins Road and Macedonia Road. And you can see that intersection right here at the corner of the property. This is southeast of the town of Spring Hope. The property includes the existing metal fabrication and machining business operated by the owner. Back in January of 2013, so a little over 10 years ago, this board voted to expand the general industrial conditional use area, which was approximately an acre at that time, to 4 acres. And that's what you see covered in this purple overlay here, to accommodate the growth and expansion of that existing metal fabrication and machining business. This rezoning request has been submitted a decade later in order to continue to expand that business. Approval of the request would replace the outdated GICU, General Industrial Conditional Use, with a GICZ, General Industrial Conditional Zone. which is not much difference in practice. It's just more current with the current statutory language. Number two, it would expand that purple general industrial conditional zone to cover the additional property that has been acquired by the property owner and added to the parcel in the last 10 years. That includes a little sliver up here and then a large portion in the rear. It would also amend the approved site plan for the conditional zone to authorize the construction in this area along Wiggins Road of a 16,000 square foot assembly building. And that would be the only real addition to the approved site plan. This is conditional rezoning again, so there's the opportunity to attach reasonable site-specific development conditions if consented to by the applicant. The site plan is a little light colored here, but the proposed site plan depicts all the existing structures located on the subject property. The primary building is a combined shop and office building. There is a warehouse enclosed, there's a paint shop, and there are 2 open storage shelters. But then down here, this is the addition that is proposed. Again, that's the 200-foot by 80-foot or 16,000 square foot new assembly building that would be constructed on the rear of the property that is not currently in the general industrial zone, but is proposed to be encompassed in the new general industrial zone. And because that building is located outside of the boundary of the zoning district, approval of this request to expand that zoning district would be necessary for its construction. When we consult the comprehensive land use plan, this request is not necessarily consistent with the plan's recommendation that industrial land uses should primarily be developed in designated major employment and industrial areas. If the plan designated this intersection or this area for additional industrial development, it would be shaded purple. But it should be noted that this business was established and existed long before the adoption of the plan. And the request is consistent with the plan's recommendation that non-residential land uses should be located within a quarter mile of a road intersection, as it is immediately adjacent to the road intersection. So the fact that this is not a major employment industrial area would be something perhaps we would take into consideration if this were a new industrial business. However, it doesn't have much bearing on the fact that the county has already allowed an industrial business to be established here. You will notice that a portion of the property here is located in the water protection and natural resource area, but having examined the site, there is a drainage ditch that runs through here, and the property owner has created a pond here to catch a lot of the water. And so the construction of the new warehouse is not anticipated to have a major effect on any, or create any real environmental concerns, despite the fact that it might be right on the edge of that water protection natural resource area. This request may be considered reasonable and in the public interest because it's obviously not spot zoning. It's an expansion of the already established GICU zoning district for general industrial conditional use. And it would permit the growth of an already existing and successful business operation. The Nash County Planning Board considered this request back on April the 20th. Mr. Andrew Strickland, representing the applicant, addressed the board in support of the request. There were no members of the public present who chose to address the board regarding the request other than the applicant. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of the request, subject to the very simple development conditions that are suggested in the staff report. Those conditions are that the property shall continue to be used for metal fabrication and machining operation only. The subject property should be developed only in accordance with the approved site plan, meaning that that new assembly building is the only significant or substantial addition that the applicant can make without returning to this board for an amendment to the site plan. And then, of course, conditions 3 and 4 are common to every conditional rezoning that we do. The board's agenda packet includes a motion to approve and a motion to deny, and both motions are accompanied by a statement of plan consistency and reasonableness. I believe the applicant is here to address the board during the public hearing, and before we move into that, I'll be happy to take any questions the board has on the staff report.
Any questions for the staff, Commissioner Leggett?
Yes.
Mr. Tyson, I did have a question about kind of just one of the last points that you made. As long as the business is operating under the correct rules of the zoning district, why would they have to come back to us if they were to add on to this building per se, even if it's, you know,
Right.
they have a building permit and everything that you're supposed to, why would they have to come back to us again?
If this were a general GI zone with no condition on it, then they could do as you say. As long as they're operating within the rules of the UDO, they can expand. In this case, they have a conditional rezoning currently, and they're asking to maintain but expand that condition. And one of those conditions is that the property owner is restricted to what they have approved on the site plan. And so the only addition they're asking for on the site plan is that new assembly building. But unless they transition through the board's approval to a general GI zoning district, then being restricted to a site plan is one of the parameters of having a conditional zone.
Okay, all right, that's helpful, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved. Second.
Been moved and properly second by Commissioner Howell and second by Commissioner Outlaw that we go into public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? All motion carried. We're now into our public hearing session. Anyone wishing to address the board concerning the rezoning of the Strickland Brothers Enterprise? State your name, sir.
Joseph Bailey. And, I mean, it's not about this. You know, I've had to do this before to speak a little bit more. I hope it ain't. It's not against the rules or nothing, but I do want to thank every one of y'all for speaking today. You know, and that's what I think everybody likes to see when everybody goes to talking about a subject, whatever it may be. Even y'all, you know, I mean, we're all humans. We don't know everything. And that's the only way we're going to get better is talking. And so I thank every one of y'all. I think today has been more productive than I'm not trying to be disrespectful in any way, but I think it's been a very productive day, you know, as far as y'all asking questions and talking, because I know sometimes there ain't as much discussion, but I just want to thank y'all for that. And Ms. Wilkins, I just want to tell you, no, it's nothing bad. I had saw a video of you speaking out at Rocky Mount. No, I mean, I think a lot of people were very happy of you speaking out, and I just wanted to thank you for that. But that's it. I thank y'all for everything today. I think it was good and productive. And I wanted to say something else. They're not here no more, but I wanted to bring this up just so y'all could think about it. When it comes to the UDO, I mean, the UDO, you think it's general rules for everybody, but every subdivision is different. You go be around different people, and I think maybe, I don't know if it can be added into UDO, but something that maybe you should add is, you know, this is like a general rule of thumb for all the developers. Every one of them is gonna be different. What works for one ain't gonna work for the other. So I mean, there's no way you're going to be able to write something that's going to fit every single person or every single developer. And when they get up here and they kind of talking the way they talk, whether they mean it or not, they know what they're doing. But I want to remind y'all are voted up here, and y'all have all the power to do whatever you see fit for the county, and which is what y'all did today, and I'm proud of every one of y'all. And I'm proud to say that, you know, y'all are my commissioners for the county, because y'all did, I mean, that was good. And I just want y'all to always remember that no matter what, even if something, if you have something that, like this one, you have a few different things that just don't line up with UDO, I mean, tell them like it is. I mean, I think that needs to be done every time. I mean, if you know something ain't gonna fit with it, I mean, tell them. I mean, that's the only thing you can do. You got to answer to the people, and the developers are a small percentage of the people, even if they are from the county, But like I said, I thank y'all for everything, and that's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one. Right, anybody from the Strickland Brothers? You? Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Strickland. I reside at 3927 Wiggins Road, Spring Hope. I just want to thank you. I won't take up much of your time, but essentially what we're doing, not changing a lot. Our existing assembly warehouse is located to the northeast side of the property. It's like a 40 by 80 building, and we've been blessed with a lot of work. We've outgrown that facility. We just need somewhere that once our parts are painted, we can take them out for assembly, and they're not sitting out in the yard. And we do have a lot of work, so hopefully we can hire more people for jobs that'll be upcoming. So that's really the only thing we're doing, and I'll be glad to answer any questions if I can.
All right, any questions?
Commissioner Harris.
Yes, Commissioner Howell.
I'd just like to make a statement. I just want to thank you for your service to Nash County as far as investing in Nash County to grow. I know you've grown a lot here in the last few years, and I'm glad to see you back before us today asking for more space. So thank you for that, and I'm sure Spring Hope thanks you as well. So thank you for what you're doing.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll now need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second? Moved by Commissioner Wilkins and second by Commissioner Outlaw that we close the public hearing. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Public hearing closed. Mr. Tyson.
I have nothing more to add, but certainly willing to answer any questions the board has.
All right. Any questions? Okay. I entertain a motion for the approval or denial of this request.
Move for approval.
And moved by Commissioner Leggett that we approve this request. Who's?
Second.
I'll second. All right.
Fine.
All right. Been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's almost 11 o'clock, and we'll have to go into a Board of Equalization review. And we will ask let's see, we need to call Ms. Sandra Davis and Ms. Shamika Terry to come up and do the Board of Equalization. Well, we need Ms. Sandra Davis to come in and swear us in. We got about 1 minute. Okay.
Good morning.
All right, it's 11 o'clock.
All right, if you'll just place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and I'm going to say aye, and if you'll each say your name. I, Gwen, do solemnly swear and affirm that I will support and maintain the Constitution and laws of the United States, and that the Constitution and laws of North Carolina not inconsistent therewith, and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office as a member of the Board of Equalization and Review of Nash County, North Carolina, and that I will not allow my actions as a member of the Board of Equalization and Review to be influenced by personal or political friendships or obligations, so help me God.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
In compliance with North Carolina General Statute 105-322, the Nash County Board of Equalization and Review will meet to hear upon any request and all taxpayers who own or control taxable property assessed for taxation in Nash County with respect to the valuation of such property. As of today, we have not had anyone to schedule. Okay.
All right. Well, I'll call for a motion to recess the Board of Equalization Review until June 1st, 2026.
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Outlaw.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed, motion carried. All right.
Thank you, thank you.
All right,
Chairman, can
what
we
I'm going to
have a
do right
break?
now is we're going to take a 5-minute break
Yeah.
and come back
Just in
to our
time.
agenda. Okay, we're back in the session, and we're on item number 11, firework permit. Mr. Charles Tripp Bond. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. So this morning I come to you to ask for approval for Pyro Shows East Coast Incorporated has submitted a permit application to conduct fireworks display as part of the Bailey Sweet Potato Festival on May 16th, 2026. The application and accompanying documents are in order and on file in the Fire Marshal's office. The state is still seeing significantly dry conditions. However, the burn ban was lifted as of 8 a.m. yesterday, so we should have no problems with the burn ban, as the packet said. We do recommend approval by the Board of Commissioners in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 1410-410. I'm sorry, 14-410. So we recommend approval. Any questions?
Okay, any question for Mr. Bond? Seeing none, is there a motion to accept the firework request?
So moved.
Second.
I've been moved by Commissioner Wilkins and second by Commissioner Howard that we accept the firework request. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
All right,
Go
thank you,
ahead.
sir.
All right, 12.
Item 12, the Pyro Star Entertainment LLC has submitted a permit application to conduct a firework display as part of a gender reveal on Anderson Road in Spring Hope on May 9th, 2026. The application and accompanying documents are in order and on file in the Fire Marshal's office. Again, we are seeing abnormally dry conditions, but the burn ban has been lifted. So the Fire Marshal's office recommends approval by the Board of Commissioners in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 14-410. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the permit?
So moved, sir.
Commissioner Howard made the motion, and Commissioner Leggett second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carried. Motion approved. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
We will now go to item number 13. Item number 13 is a resolution of the Nash County Board of Commissioners to oppose Senate Bill 214, Part 5, Section 5. And I'm going to read our description. The Halifax County has formally taken action to oppose the North Carolina Senate Bill 214, specifically Part 5, Section 5, which would allow Franklin County to acquire real property or an interest in real property in Halifax, Vance, and Warren counties without the consent or approval of those counties' Board of Commissioners. On April 23, 2026, the Halifax County Board of Commissioners held an emergency meeting at 6 p.m. in the Commissioner's Boardroom at the Halifax County Historic Courthouse to consider adopting a resolution in opposition to SB 214, Section 5. The sole purpose of the meeting was to draft and adopt this resolution. The provision in question has drawn strong criticism from local leaders who described it as disrespectful, hasty, unacceptable, and possibly unconstitutional. They argue it grants Franklin County unprecedented unilateral authority to take property from neighboring counties, stripping rural counties of their right and opening the door to unchecked property acquisition. In summary, the Halifax County has moved quickly to oppose SB 214's controversial property acquisition clause through an emergency resolution, joining other counties and lawmakers in a bipartisan push to block what they see as an overreach of Franklin County's authority. SB 214 was on the North Carolina House Conference Report calendar for a vote on April 28, 2026. Members did take action to remove Section 5 on April 28, 2026. However, passing this resolution today put Nash County on record as supporting our neighboring Halifax County. So this resolution is clearly in support of our neighboring Halifax County, and also it helps protect us as we move forward, maintaining our authority with our county property. You read the resolution. Have any questions on this resolution by any commission? Commissioner Outlaw.
I don't have a question, I just have comments. I know very little about Senate Bill 214. I reached out to try to get a little information on the bill, and this was on Wednesday, and I was told from Raleigh that the original language in this bill was put there by Representative Winslow, and that language had been removed at the request of Representative Chesser. And further, that day, I got information from the manager, which went to the full board, that this language had been removed and verified by the county attorney. So I'm a little bit perplexed as to why we are even voting on something that is not even an issue.
Well, as I stated in the end, it's supporting our neighboring Nash County, that they still feel like by passing this resolution, we are continuing to support even though it has been withdrawn.
Well, I think we're supporting something that doesn't exist, so, I hope, I would think that this would not be something we would spend our time dealing with because it's a non-issue. So I would recommend we just not take any action on this at all.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilkins?
Aside from being the commissioner for District 6 in Nash County, I'm also District 7 director with the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. Halifax falls within my venue. And to answer Commissioner Outlaw's concern, they can come back at any time, the General Assembly, and do this. And we need to set a precedent and say that, no, we are not for this. And it really bothered me that our own Senator Lisa Barnes was identified as the key legislator of this. And she represents Franklin County. And for Franklin County to be able to take water rights from other counties, we just have to stop it. And so I would appreciate if you all would vote for the resolution. It sends a message to say that Nash County does not support another county, in this case Franklin County, taking land, and in some cases they can condemn that land, and that land is in another county. That lies with the Board of Commissioners to make that decision, the Board of Commissioners for that county. And so I would appreciate this board's support.
Okay, any other discussion? Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Chairman, I too think we should pass this resolution. Reason being, I heard from Chairman of Halifax County Board of Commissioners immediately after this became public and asked for our support. And of course, I directed them to you, Mr. Chairman, and asked you to give them a call as well. But this really upset a neighboring county, and I certainly understand why. And to me, it is a trend that I see that has developed over the last year of the General Assembly wanting to get more involved in county commissioners' business. And I could name 7 things that they have done, but I don't think it's pertinent to do that at this point in time. I don't see it as a political thing. I don't see it as a partisan thing. It was just wrong for this thing to get as far as it did. And it has severe consequences, and I'd like for this board to go on notice that we do not support the General Assembly doing things that are left up to commissioners to do. It's a bad precedent to start. We're dealing with property tax at the present time. And there are others that have taken place, but again, I would certainly solicit the Board of Commissioners to support this resolution for the reasons that the chairman spelled out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other discussion? Commissioner Bellfield.
I agree we should support this resolution.
Okay. Any other discussion? Commissioner Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This, as stated, this provision has been removed from the current version filed, and the bill has been referred back to local government committee. Then it's favorable, it would go to the finance, and if favorable there, it would go to the rules of the Senate. At this time, Nash County is not directly affected by this bill, and any local resolution is not necessary. This is precisely how our system is supposed to function. Legislative deliberates in the heart of representative democracy. We elect legislators to study complex proposals, hear from affected communities, weigh competing interests, and make the necessary trade-offs. Committee reviews, public testimony, and the opportunity to amend legislations are not bureaucratic hurdles. They are safeguards that protect local authority, property rights, and the public interest. We should resist the impulse to act prematurely when a bill does not impact Nash County. Issuing a formal resolution risks politicizing the process that is still unfolding and may already be correcting itself through normal legislative channels. Instead, we should remain informed, engaged, and prepared to respond if a proposal would directly affect our residents or our jurisdiction. That said, vigilance is essential in future versions of this bill or any other measure pose a direct impact on Nash County. We must be ready to act swiftly and constructively to provide factual testimony, to coordinate with neighboring counties, and to advocate for our constituents through proper legislative channels. In short, trust the process, monitor development closely, and be prepared to respond when Nash County's interests are at stake. The approach preserves local authority, respects the role of our state legislators, and ensures any action we take is timely, targeted, and effective. Therefore, at this time, I cannot support this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Commissioner
I
Lake.
am in favor of approving a resolution that supports us opposing the version of Senate Bill 214 that restricted the rights of our neighboring county. I understand there's been some changes, but the original intent, or the most recent intent of Senate Bill 214 to restrict those rights, I do approve us making a statement or resolution that shows us standing behind our neighboring counties.
Okay. I'm going to make one other statement that when you affect one county, you affect us all. And this particular legislation, regardless whether it's been pulled, the mere fact that it was introduced says that people are thinking of the process, and when it comes time that another county might be infringing upon Nash County's rights, we would like our neighboring counties to support us. So when it affects one county, a lot of time it affects us all. So I am in support of this resolution, and at this time, if there are no further discussion, can we have a motion to
Mr.
accept?
Chairman, I
the
make a motion to accept the resolution.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Wilkins, we accept the resolution,
Second.
and second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of supporting the resolution, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
That's Commissioner Outlaw, and, all right?
I'd like the record to reflect, Madam Clerk, that I was in opposition to the language in the original version of the bill. That language has been removed. So in my estimation today, we spent a lot of time and effort prior to today and today dealing with a subject that does not exist. I think we've got enough on our plate to deal with as it is. Thank you.
Okay. That should be recorded as a no.
That is
All right.
enough.
We will go to our next item, which is item number 14, Middlesex Center Phase 2. Ms. Emily Moore.
Good morning.
Morning.
Phase 2 of the Middlesex Corporate Center Infrastructure Expansion Project is complete. This infrastructure included sewer, electric, and road improvements. In accordance with the interlocal agreement between Nash County and the town of Middlesex dated March 6, 2023, and the expiration of the construction warranty given by the contractor, we request to transfer the sewer assets from Nash County to the town of Middlesex. So the recommended action today is to approve the bill of sale and assignment of easements.
Okay. Any discussion on this request?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just say that this is the way it was set up in the beginning, and been this way the whole time, that when we finished everything, it would be turned over to the town of Middlesex. Been just located in the town of Middlesex, so I would certainly support the request.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the bill of sale and assignment of easement?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Howard, that we approve the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 15, Northern Nash Water System Phase 2 Contract 2 Change Order. Still good morning, Mr. Boone.
Good morning. Yes, sir. The item I have before you this morning is a change order to the Northern Ash Phase 2 Contract 2 Water System Project. This is actually change order 3. You may recall that the commissioners approved the allocation of $300,000 in ARPA interest for the Northern Ash Phase 2 Contract 2 project to extend water approximately 6,850 feet along Edwards Road. And this is a change order to the contract to accomplish that work. So again, the recommendation is that the commission approve the attached change order and authorize the county manager to execute same.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? I mean, on the subject here. Commissioner Howard.
How many people will be serviced by these customers to Nash County's water
When we
system?
first petitioned property owners, there were 17 property owners that were interested in connecting, and our Public Utilities and Facilities Department is working with those property owners now to get application fees processed.
And is the 6,850 feet, is that a total cost of $325, or that's the change order?
That's the total cost for the 6,850 feet estimated by the contractor.
Of 6-inch water line?
Yes, sir.
So just to help me understand, we looked at some developers today, we were talking about this, and they were talking about $100 a foot. How are we able to install 6,850 feet for $325,000, a 6-inch water line, not 4-inch?
Those were the unit prices that we received through a competitive bid on the Contract 2 Phase 2 project. I will say unit prices came in 30% higher on the Phase 2 Contract 1 project that the commissioners just awarded in the last 60 days. So it is a function of timing. It also is a function, I mean, the number that Mr. Varnell gave is a rule of thumb. He really, at this point, has not, he cannot provide you an exact number because it can be a function of how many driveways, how many stream crossings, a number of items that factor into that cost. So you just can't look at the cost of the pipe alone. But based on the conditions we have on Edwards Road, this was the estimate that the contractor provided.
So we're going to spend $325,000 currently to gain access for 17 citizens to get water.
There's more than 17 property owners along that stretch of Edwards Road, but currently, yes, that's how many properties had expressed an interest in connecting to county water.
In the Northern Nash water system, right?
It's really in the Area 2. We're going to look at the permitting, so it's actually in the Area 2, the 58 system. We're going to look at collapsing those two.
Okay.
But it's in the heart of Nash County.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No problem.
Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, is there a motion to,
Move for approval.
all right, the motion to approve by Commissioner Outlaw,
Second.
second by Commissioner Howell. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Item number 16, change order Middlesex Corporate Shell Building Project 3.
Yes, sir, another change order for you. This was related to our third shell building project at the Middlesex Corporate Center. That project's been delayed by some delays in receiving the stormwater permit on that project, so the contractor had to pull off back in the first part of this year. They are preparing to remobilize, so this change order addresses the cost to remobilize to the project, and then some work during the first phase of the work. We had to demolish a building we were not aware was there, an abandoned structure, and some other miscellaneous expenses. But the change order totals $11,400 and adds an extension of 180 days to the contract time. And staff is recommending that the Board of Commissioners approve the attached change order and authorize the county manager to execute same.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Howell.
So after we had the meeting on this and we talked about this, I went back and did a little investigation. So apparently, part of these buildings were on the Getsco property. The rest of the buildings were actually on site for building number 4, but they were all visible at the time we cleared this. So why wasn't this put in the original contract for clearing? Why are we coming back seeing the change order? And I get the having to do the extension because of the permit hold, but that's a small portion of the change order. It's $8,000 for tear down and removal of it. It was actually, I believe it was a pack house, a barn, and a farmhouse, which was on the property.
That's right.
Because the fire department used to do their cookings there for fire department many years ago. But they were visible through the path, so it wasn't like it was an unforeseen. So why wasn't this in the original quote?
It was missed in the scope of work.
3 buildings were missed in the
They
scope
were
of
missed
work?
in the scope of work, yes, sir.
And can you please clarify who the contractor was that missed this?
So well, this is a project, in this case, this was a project that the county commissioned without the use of an engineer. So staff missed those buildings on the project, and it was not included in the scope of work.
So we didn't put this out for bid originally?
We did. It was not in the scope of work that was bid. So we developed the scope of work really more so for the building.
And maybe
Stocks Engineering did help us with the
I'm not
site work.
educated on this, but when you put it out for a bid, wouldn't it be responsibility of the one bidding on the job to go to the site and look at it before they give you a price back on that project?
It would be, but the owner also has some responsibility to identify items on the site. So it's a shared, I guess you could say it's a shared responsibility, but it clearly was not in the scope of work.
So it's a shared responsibility, we're eating 100% of the cost.
Well, it's some fraction of $9,000 to demolish and dispose of the buildings, yes, sir.
And say that was just for part of it, because I know Getsco had to remove part of it as well on their property. So all of it, all these 3 buildings were not all on site for Middlesex Shell Building, or 3.
Right. This is the portion that Jackson Builders removed from, you referred to out parcel 4, where, we're actually developing, grading those 2 properties at the same time for Shell Building 3.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comment?
I just,
Commissioner Davis?
if I could, Mr. Howell, clarify it a little bit more, or make sure you did catch the point that in this particular case, we did not hire an architect to do this job for us. We did it in-house. And that saved us probably at least 8% of the whole cost of the contract. The fact that the staff might have missed these, and it would have had to been identified in the scope of work. Understand we all make mistakes, but on the other hand, I don't remember what the contract was on this, but 8% of that is what the staff saved us by doing it themselves, if that makes you feel any better.
Mr. Chairman, just a question to clarify, because again, I'm still trying to learn this, but wouldn't if we put a clause in the contract that when it comes to clearing, including all structures be included in that, that would prompt the ones that's bidding on the job to go and inspect it and make sure it's there, not just do the job and then turn around and send us a bill for $8,000? And then we would have saved the 8% plus that $9,000.
If that clause had been in there, yes, sir.
So what's the procedure to add that clause to our contracts going forward?
I mean, we could add any language we'd like to in the contract, just, and I agree with you, it's incumbent upon the county and Stocks Engineering, when the site plan was developed and the grading work and the grading plan, to identify that building. It was not identified and it was not in scope.
And I
We can
understand.
add some language to the contract, it addresses any existing on-site improvements would be the responsibility of the contractor, and they, in turn, would absorb that responsibility. Just note that the more uncertainty, and again, it still does not absolve the contractor of doing their due diligence and going on the site, walking the entire 10 acres and making sure there's any other improvements that they have to remove. But what you also may do is they may inflate their numbers because of some uncertainty if they don't have an opportunity to walk the entire 10 acres. That's at the risk of the contractor, absolutely at the risk of the contractor. But if all the contractors do it, it just increases the cost of the project. So we've got to do a better job. Our engineer working with us have to do a better job. We missed it. Before the contractor removed the building, they made us aware of it. So we knew ahead of time it was going to have to be done. So they didn't just to remove it and then send us a bill. We knew we were going to get a bill for it. It's just coming to you today. But we've all collectively got to do a better job. But we can absolutely include language in the contract. It's just with the risk of knowing they may inflate their numbers because of some uncertainty and tied to some language along those lines, but we absolutely can do it. I can't quantify that for you, just to know uncertainty generally means more cost.
Well, I mean, we're paying more cost. I mean, and I'm not faulting, obviously, we all make mistakes, but if you got, the staff is looking at it, and then the bidders are looking at it, and you've got multiple bidders looking at the project,
Yes.
then they're going to come back, somebody's most likely going to catch it, and that would be included in that bid, so the bid shouldn't be the same price. And then we have bid difference in pricing, we should look at it and see what that difference is, but at least it would prompt a conversation beforehand, before it comes to us and is voted on, not, I mean, we don't even have a building up yet, and we're already doing change orders for something that I think should have been caught, and it was a miss, but again, if you got one person look at it, it's easy to have a miss, but if you got a check and balance, the bidders are looking at it, then it's going to spark discussion ahead of time before we close on it and actually bring it before the board to be voted on, not after the fact when we've already done it and it's too late at this point. That's just, those little words mean a lot.
Yeah, again, we can add language to the contract.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve or deny the request?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Howard. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. All right. Number 17, professional service contract, Southern Nash Middle School, off-site utility improvements.
Yes, sir. As the board is aware, Nash County is supporting Nash County Public Schools in the construction of a new middle school near the intersection of NC 97 and NC 581. And while the site is already served by county water, wastewater service remains a primary need. The county assisted the school system by acquiring the property for the new school and had made a commitment to address any utility needs, such as wastewater needs, for that site as part of that project. In order to address the wastewater needs for the new middle school, it's proposed that a force main be constructed along NC 581 about 6,000 feet north to an existing wastewater treatment plant owned and operated by Nash County Public School System, and then to that wastewater plant, in the event that the school system renovates the existing middle school or elementary school, be expanded to serve both schools. So this contract provides for the design, permitting, contract administration, and construction observation for those two elements. We know the force main work will need to be done in order to accommodate a new middle school. I have reached out to the school system to clarify their intent to renovate the existing middle school for elementary school, and the assumption was that was going to lag the opening of the new middle school by about 12 months. I'm waiting to hear back from them, but this contract addresses both items. So the contract is in the amount of $221,668. It is anticipated as off-site improvements, force main, and renovation and expansion of the wastewater treatment plant is going to be approximately $2.2 million. It is recommended that the Board of Commissioners award the professional services contract for the Southern Nash Middle School off-site utility improvements to Stocks Engineering in the amount of $221,668, and authorize the county manager to execute the contract on behalf of Nash County. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
All right, open for questions. Commissioner Davis?
Ms. Boone, this is 9.2% of the proposed or potential contract amount for the force main and renovating. It seems to me to be excessive in the fact that running a force main downside the public right-of-way is a fairly simple task, and of course, we all know that the renovation of the wastewater treatment plant design work and all is, for the most part, going to be done by the manufacturers of these equipment. I'm just going to have to ask you, do you feel like 9.2% is a fair rate? I just think it's excessive for what work's got to be done by the engineering firm.
Yeah, I anticipated that would be something that would capture the attention of one or more commissioners.
I apologize, sir, but that's the way I operate.
I will say in the initial feasibility study that the Wooten Company provided when looking at options for wastewater treatment for the new middle school, that being on-site and off-site, the estimated engineering services contract was $475,000, so we're less than half of what had initially been set aside for design, permitting. It does include the permitting, which with the plant is a little different than, to obtain a encroachment agreement with DOT to install a force main is fairly straightforward. The plant and the discharge permit to the Tar River are a little bit more involved than that. But again, what made me feel comfortable with the proposal was, one, it was less than half of the original estimate in the feasibility study, and that Stocks Engineering did not mark up any of the work related to the services to be provided by the Wooten Company on the permit and Aqua on the renovation and expansion of the wastewater treatment plant.
All right, of course, the $400,000 estimate from the Wooten Company was based on a estimated price of some $4 million plus, so it would probably been about the same percentage. But just observation on my part that it seemed like an extremely good contract for Stocks Engineering, and I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and I also will remind you that it includes the contract administration and construction observation, not just design and permitting.
Right.
And the $475,000 was I hate to say baked into, was incorporated into the cost estimate for each of the off-site options, just not for the most expensive off-site option.
Gotcha. It would help me feel better. What do you have a breakdown of what the construction observation part is? And it may be in what we've got here.
I do not, but I can get that number for you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other question? Commissioner Howell?
So if I understand this right, this is for the running of the 2-inch force main from the new middle school to the old middle
The
school
existing-
site,
yeah, the
to their
existing
treatment facility that's there, but it's also for planning for a new treatment facility as well?
Correct. Our understanding from the Nash County Public Schools is the intent was to renovate the existing middle school for elementary school. So now that plant will be serving 2 schools instead of 1. But I have requested confirmation in writing, although I've understood that verbally in our conversations with the school system. I have requested confirmation in writing that the intent is to renovate the existing middle school roughly a year and reopen that as an elementary school roughly a year after the new middle school opens. The first priority will be to design the force main, and then we're going to wait on confirmation from the school system that they will be renovating and reopening the existing middle schools, elementary school, before we move forward with any of the work to permit and expand the existing wastewater treatment plant.
But at this time, the school system has not taken a vote to remodel and reuse the old school. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, which is why I've requested in writing confirmation of their intentions.
Because I've also had conversations with the school board members, and again, they reiterated to me that that hasn't been voted on and passed yet neither. So I'm just wondering why we would vote today to spend the money to start designing a new system if they're not going to renovate the new school. Not saying it's not needed if they do decide to renovate it, but the current system that's there treats 30,000 gallons a day, and we'd be sufficient for the new school that we're building if the old school's not in operation.
No work will be done on the permit or expansion to the plant until we receive confirmation from the school system that that is the plan. Our first focus will be design, permitting, and construction of the force main.
Okay, so that's
So
what
it'll be
this,
done in 2
that's
parts.
clarification, but this 221,000 is for just installing the new force main and getting the sewer from the new middle school to the old plant.
It is for the design, permitting, contract administration, and construction observation for both elements. We're only going to move forward with the first element, the force main, because that's critical path. School system, the school's under construction, expect to open in September 27. We want to have the force main in the ground and operational by June of 27.
Fully understand and support that. I'm just wondering, why did we include the other when we don't know that they're going to reuse that school yet at this point?
Because that is what had been communicated to us, that is what we wanted to plan for, but we know if the school system decides that they're not going to renovate that school, that we will just truncate the engineering contract for those services.
So can we put something in this resolution that we're passing that says we won't start spending that money until we get confirmation in writing and the school board's voted on it and approved it?
That's clearly at the board commissioner's discretion, if that will give the board a greater level of comfort. I don't see any issue with that, because we would not move forward with doing that work until we receive confirmation in writing.
Well, this is approval of a service contract. We're going
Yes, sir.
to rewrite the service contract?
This is a two-piece contract. Number one is to run the force main from the new middle school to the old middle school to their existing sewer system. It's also to do a design for a new sewer system that's paying the services to design that, which the school has not met and has not voted on as a board to use that old school as a new school yet. There's still some discussions on that, and he hasn't received anything in writing to confirm they are going to or are not going to.
One thing I want to make sure clarified, the construction cost of the force main, that will be bid, and I will have to bring that back to the board for your awards. Again, this is just for the design, permitting, the contract administration, construction observation. We still got to advertise the project for bid, open bids. I would need to bring a recommendation back to the board. Board would need to approve the construction contract to actually do the work, to put the force main in the ground. If the school system says, yes, we're going to renovate the school, and we decide to move forward, and we move forward because of their intentions, again, that work will have to come back. We'll have to bid that, go through the bid process. Again, I will have to bring a contract back to the board for the actual construction. So this is just for the engineering, permitting, contract administration, construction observation. If the second portion of the project is not done, then those four elements, that cost will come out. The engineering design, contract administration, construction observation for the plant will come out of the contract. The work for the force main will still be there, but again, just to make sure we're all clear, the actual construction, I will have to bring another item back to this board for review and approval before any work, construction work is done on the
Correct.
force main.
I just didn't want us to spend money on engineering without their approval first. I understand the time and sense of urgency for getting the force main ran.
Right.
So the school will be open. But then
Right.
if they do decide to renovate and remodel the old school, my understanding is it's going to be a year to 18-month process to do that, which means we'll have ample time to develop and engineer and put in a new system to house both schools, correct?
Initially, we were told 12 months.
Okay.
But we were planning on a 12-month lag between the two schools.
And one more question. We've not done any construction on this force main at this point or anything with the school yet, correct?
We have not. The school construction contract is responsible for bringing the infrastructure out to 581. This project would pick it up on 581, run it north of the plant.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Any other discussion, question? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the professional service contract for Southern Nash Middle School off-site utility improvement to Stocks Engineering?
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion as presented. I'll certainly trust the staff to not spend funds on the second part of it, if indeed it doesn't look like it'll move forward. I think it's certainly going to move forward, but he seemed to have a handle on the fact that if it doesn't move forward, there would be no money spent on that portion of it. So I'd like to make a motion to approve it as presented.
All right, there a second?
Second, in continuation that Mr. Boone said that he would not start on the second part of engineering until he received written confirmation.
That is correct.
All right. Motion been second. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Let's see, all right, Mr. Boone, item number 18, Nash County Administrative Building and DSS Annex Roof Replacement Project Change Order.
Yes, sir. I'm happy to report that work to replace a roof here on the admin building in the DSS annex is complete. We had rain over the weekend, and to my knowledge, we did not have a single leak. So that is always welcome by staff here in the admin building of the DSS annex. We did, however, have a couple of change orders that require approval by the board. It was related to addition of some treated plywood on the parapet walls in order to receive the new membrane roofing, removal of some roofing, actually two levels of roofing on the DSS annex we were not aware of. Core samples did not reveal that there were two layers, some additional work that Wextite had to do. And then there was a credit to the contract because of some leaks that we experienced during completion of the work. So those change orders amount to $61,124.13, which, if approved by the board, would result in an amended contract amount of $694,313.13. And we are recommending that the Board of Commissioners approve the above reference change orders that I mentioned and amend the total contract amount to $694,313.13 and authorize the county manager to execute the change orders on behalf of the county and to authorize final payment on the project. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? Commissioner Davis?
Mr. Boone, you mentioned, I think you said something about the leaks we had during construction, did you not? So there was some credit built into this to take care of that?
They have issued us a credit change order for repairs to the building that were tied to two leaks that we experienced during replacement of the roof.
Okay. So that is taken into account with this change order here?
Yes, sir.
And what was that amount?
$10,000, I think it's the last change order in your packet. The credit was,
I see the 10,000 number.
yeah, that was a credit. There was an additional leak that we experienced. It really wasn't a leak. It was actually a busted coil on one of the units on the roof.
ultimately, we, and in consultation with our friends at the risk pool, determined that that would be covered by our, we could not necessarily tie that to work on the roof, and that was covered in our insurance contract. That was a much larger claim.
Okay.
That we're working through, but the smaller leaks amounted to about $10,000 in repairs.
You've answered my question. I think initially we thought that that major problem we had was caused by, potentially by this contractor, but as it ended up, it was not.
That is correct.
Okay, I'm good.
Any other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the change order?
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Boone. All right, we will now go to item number 19, monthly tax report. Ms. Tillery.
Good morning again.
Good
Morning.
In keeping with General Statute 105-350, the tax collector will be providing a monthly report showing amount of taxes collected and efforts being made to collect taxes. This report is designed to keep the board current on activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. It is recommended that you accept the report so that it will be noted in the minutes.
Okay, item number 20, tax refund.
In compliance with North Carolina General Statute 105-381, the tax collector will submit to the governing body for their approval of a list of any refunds after legitimacy of the refund has been established. Currently, we have no refunds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
All right, thank you very much. Let's see, now we're on item number 22, Project Patriot Project, Ms. Nikki Stanton. Okay. We got 4 minutes. Good morning.
Okay, good afternoon.
It's morning.
Morning.
It's still morning.
All right, a couple of project ordinances for you today. The first one is Project Patriot Budget Ordinance. Nash County was awarded $236,453 from the North Carolina Department of Commerce's Industrial Development Fund utility account. These funds will be used alongside funds paid to Nash County from the company Freedom Industries to extend the town of Nashville's sewer lines to provide sewer infrastructure to an industrial corridor on Old Spring Hope Road. The match is expected to be paid to the county by Freedom Industries and will be reimbursed to the general fund's fund balance at that time.
All right, any discussion on this? Okay, seeing no discussion, is there a motion to approve the Patriot project? Commissioner Outlaw, okay. And second by Commissioner Leggett. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Item number 23, project.
All right, the capital project ordinance for an NC 97 Industrial Park Shell Building 1 was set up to support the funding and construction of a 1,000 square foot pre-engineered steel shell building and potential roadway improvements associated with the shell building in the 97 Industrial Park. The project was completed as required. However, the closeout project ordinance is to provide documentation for formal closing of the project for reporting in the finance accounting system. And the recommendation is to approve the capital project ordinance closeout.
All right, we're open for discussion.
Why would we be, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Howell?
why would we be closing it out now?
The project is complete.
When was it complete?
The costs related to constructing the building, that portion of the project is complete.
It's been complete for, ever since I've been on the board, right?
Yes.
Year and a half?
Yes,
So why are we just now?
because I'm cleaning up a bunch of project ordinances, and that's why you're getting so many right now.
Okay, clarification, okay.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion to approve the project closeout?
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
All right. Number 24, this project ordinance amendment is presented to set up the funding and this is adding interest and budgeting the last $400,000 from the OSBM for economic development. It's removing the remaining $112,000 plus the $35,182 in interest to the Middlesex Shell Building, number 3. This was approved in a previous ordinance. So this was, half of it was done in a previous ordinance. This is the other half of the, moving from one project to the next.
Okay. Any discussion? Commissioner Davis?
Would you mind saying that again, Nick? I didn't quite understand what you're telling us.
So when we're moving money from one project to the next, it requires both project ordinances to be amended, and only one was done in this case. So we're moving the remaining $112,000 plus the $35,000 in interest to the Middlesex Shell Building, number 3.
From number 2.
Right.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the grant project ordinance amendment?
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Nashville, item number 25, Nashville Business Center.
All right, number 25, this is kind of the same thing, and I don't know why it says down at the top. This is moving interest and the rest of the funding to Middlesex Shell Building number 3 from the Nashville Shell Project. Again, this was where half of it was done in a previous project ordinance. This is cleaning up the second half of that.
All right. Any discussion on,
So we're moving this money from the OSBM grant? Are we within our grant rights to move that interest?
Yes. Yes, sir.
any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion? Did I have a motion?
Not yet.
So moved to approve.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett and second by?
Second.
By Commissioner Outlaw. All right, is there any other further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. All right.
All right, number 26, this is the actual Middlesex Shell Building number 3 project ordinance. This is an update, and it's just updating the interest numbers that are being transferred in from other projects. So we've got our latest and greatest interest numbers, and this is just putting them all in the project ordinance as the newest amounts.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, there's a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, there's a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Item number 27. Debt
Number
payoff.
27, this is concerning the debt payoff for the Highway 97 Shell Building. The payoff for the 97 Shell Building is $4,047,579.64 through May 5th, 2026. The loan has a 5.27% interest rate. Paying off the debt this month results in the following: not having to budget $660,916 of operating expenses in the FY27 budget for debt principal and interest, freeing up around $650,000 in the next 8 future budgets and saving $727,810.63 in interest over the life of the loan. The payoff amount would be funded by the following: $686,370 that is budgeted in FY26 for the payment scheduled June 1st, $1,626,858 from earned interest and unspent funds from the project, $1,734,352 from fund balance that would be reimbursed to the general fund balance with the sale of the Shell Building. The recommendation is to approve the debt payoff request with the $1.7 million in fund balance allocation.
Okay, we'll open for discussion by the board. Commissioner Lake?
I'd just like to thank staff for bringing this to us. It's something that's going to save the county funds and save county money, and it's something that we ended up having a additional revenue to the county, so we have the money to work with, and I appreciate them keeping their fingers on the pulse there and looking for ways to save us money in the long term. So thank you.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Davis?
I would ditto what Commissioner Leggett just said. Anytime you can spend 1.7 million out of fund balance and save 0.7 million, 727 million, and in future cost to the taxpayers in Nash County, I think it's a great move, and thank you for whoever found out. I think it started with Davenport, maybe. I don't know where it came from, don't matter. But it seems like a great move to me.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Outlaw?
I'm certainly in favor of eliminating debt. My concern is the timing on elimination of this debt. We are in the middle of a budget process. We've got unknown expenses that we may have. School system being an example. I know Commissioner Wilkins has expressed interest in fully supporting the school system. We've got other considerations that are going to be provided to the manager, significant considerations, and I just think this board would be prudent to complete those discussions, get our budget approved by the end of June, and bring this back to the board for consideration at our July meeting.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Howell?
Just kind of want to make a few comments on this, and I don't understand the urgency to do this now. I know we brought it up at our April budget meeting as well. I'm all for saving money, but the way it appears this has been presented is we're doing this at the sacrifice of CIP projects for our staff and our county by cutting that $4 million. So if you look at the capital improvement projects, if you take this money out here that we're trying to pay this building off, then that would cover all those CIPs that our staff has asked for and needs. I'm not opposed to doing both, but I think, still we're waiting for an explanation on how we lost $11 million or how we found $11 million. So we're sitting on $48 million in our general fund unappropriated. We should have the funds there to pay both of these off with no problems. But also, Davenport indicated in our April meeting that with our current financing options that we have and our obligations, we're still in a great position to borrow more money. So I get in saving the interest, but I don't see where we need to do it. It's sacrificing the need of our employees and the citizens of Nash County. That's why I think we wait on this until we get through with the budget process and then pay it off. What's another month? You could sell the building by then, and this presumed savings that we're passing on and discussing is if we carry this loan out the full term. And how long is that, Ms. Stanton?
8 more years.
8 more years. So, the likelihood that we would finance this building and take it to full term, I hope, is unrealistic, or we should never built the building to start with. So that's just my concerns and my position on it. I'm not against paying it off, but it's after we take care of the needs of our citizens and our employees first. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Davis?
I just want to make sure I understand it, because I understand it different from what Ms. Tile just said. We're only pulling out of fund balance to 1.734 million, not the total 4 million, because we're using unspent funds from this project, plus the payment that we're going to have to make June 1st anyway. So we're really talking about 1.7 million versus $727,000 worth of savings.
Correct. With
Okay.
interest accruing at $564.82 a day.
Gotcha, okay. I just want to make sure I have my thoughts together. Thank you.
Commissioner Legg?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to some of the comments of other commissioners, and I appreciate their comments and concerns. I think that is very beneficial to our board. So for me, my thought process in supporting this, my support has more to do with spending the money that was basically left over from this past year's budget, and what's in our fund balance has more to do with that than it does this upcoming budget. This next year's budget really is based on next year's projections and then looking at last year's spending. So that's my reasoning for supporting this, and thank you so much for your time.
All right. Any other discussion? All right. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
Move approve.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Belfield and second by Commissioner Davis. We'll pay off. All right. All opposed?
No.
All right, we have 2 opposed, Commissioner Howard and Commissioner Outlaw.
Mr. Chairman, I also ask the clerk to please note my comments in the minutes as for my reasoning for voting against this. We're talking about a 30-day delay, so I want that noted in the minutes, please.
Motion is carried. All right, we will go to our next budget amendment item, number 28.
Okay. There's quite a few budget amendments on this. I guess I'll go through all of them and then discussion afterward, or do you want to take one at a time?
Let's see. What's the wish of the board?
All up.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
All right. So the first one is for Nash County Public Schools. There were 6 repair and renovation projects submitted to DPI totaling $517,644. In addition, there were 2 capital improvements submitted for $216,567. The projects have been approved. The funds are available to draw down and submit to Nash County Public Schools. No county funds are required. This is just to be able to draw down lottery funds. Number 2, budget amendment is to budget additional grant funds received from the North Carolina Amateur Sports to upgrade the lighting at Glover Park in Nashville at the amount of $10,000. No county funds. Number 3, the administrative building. This budget amendment is to budget insurance proceeds due to the administration building's water damage at the amount of $330,000. This will be directly from insurance proceeds for those expenses. No county funds. Number 4, this is the representative payee fund from the DSS client accounts. This budget amendment is to budget projected expenditures in a special revenue fund. DSS is the custodian in instances for clients' funds and approves paying bills. This budget amendment is to increase the budget because we are increasing the number of clients and for audit purposes. There must be a budget enough to cover all expenses. This requires no fund balance and just increases the budget to cover client account expenses based on the amount of deposits coming in from the clients at $50,000. Number 5 is the transfer of the project ordinance that you approved earlier and the amount from the Nashville Shell Building to the Middlesex Shell Building at $941,567. Number 6 is the transfer from the previous project ordinance to transfer from economic development to the Middlesex Shell Building.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I ask a question? If we were trying to pay off the building, why are we moving these funds from the Nashville building to the Middlesex Shell building and transferring this stuff from OSBM interest grants? Why wouldn't we put all that towards paying off the loan if the loan is a priority? But we're transferring it to Middlesex. What's the difference? If we're going from Nashville to Middlesex, why can't you go from Nashville to 97? I mean, that's right at $1 million there. And you got another, what, 300,000 you're transferring at the bottom. I mean, why wouldn't we use those funds instead of using the general fund?
Just recognize that they don't get it spent and we'll go back to the general fund.
It's to complete the project.
You're effectively doing the same thing.
Right.
But if we
You're
move that
effectively
money,
You're doing the same thing.
you wouldn't have been asking anything from the general fund.
Well, I don't think we don't have 1.7 million to transfer to the project, but it
Well,
would
it's
it
pretty
would
close,
reduce
isn't
it.
it?
It would reduce it.
Significantly, yeah. So what are those funds being used for that we are moving?
It should just reduce the draw from what we currently have in the project ordinance for the contribution from the general fund. And I don't have-
So we're just, the money's
Nikki
going to
may
sit
have that
there?
project ordinance in front of her. I do not.
It's going to sit there for change orders? I mean, basically?
Or if it's not spent, it will just go back to the general fund.
Once the project's complete, we'll do a closeout. Number 7, it's basically the same thing, from the sale of the Middlesex Shell Building to transfer to the NCRR Build Ready Site Program in a previous ordinance at $69,280. Number 8 is the project ordinance from Project Patriot for the $78,818. Number 9 is the transfer for $288 from the Ammons Rail Industrial Park as approved in a previous project ordinance. Number 10, fund balance detention facility. This budget amendment is to budget fund balance appropriation and reappropriate unspent FY26 lap salary and benefits to cover operating expenditures. Number 11, fund balance for Parks and Rec. This budget amendment is to budget fund balance appropriation to cover the purchase and installation of a new score tower at Glover Park. This is to be reimbursed by the town of Nashville at the beginning of the fiscal year 2027. Dollar amount $11,170. Number 12, Parks and Rec budget amendment for additional funds to cover jerseys and equipment for youth, spring and summer sports and special events. No county funds. These are all coming from revenues collected through those programs. Number 13, federal asset forfeiture from the Sheriff's Department. This is to budget $50,000 in federal asset forfeiture funds for the purchase of a new vehicle. Number 14, this budget amendment is to budget an additional donation made for the Sheriff's Office Scholarship Award. There is a donation every year of $500 for a scholarship. This is recognizing those funds. Number 15, non-departmental. This budget amendment is to appropriate fund balance to cover any outstanding insurance premiums for retirees. That's $300,000, $250 for pre-65 and $50 for post-65. Are there any questions?
All right, you've heard all 15 budget amendment requests. Any discussion? Commissioner Davis.
A couple of questions. Number 10, could you give a little more explanation? I don't quite understand what's going on there. It adds up to be a large number. What are we doing right there?
Commissioner Davis?
Yes.
Yes, for number 10, it is a budget amendment because of the fund balance appropriation, but you'll see that money is being moved from several salary line items, including those fringe benefit salary line items that go along with salary, and in some pretty significant amounts. As you're aware, the detention population is maxed out, so they are needing additional funds in food and provisions, as well as the adult detention, sending folks off-site. But we wanted to bring this before the board to make sure that you're seeing those funds being moved out of those salary line items. We don't have any guidelines or policy around moving money out of salary line items. We have reached out to the School of Government. It's not best practice for us to move funding in budgets from salary line items into operations. However, this is necessary. What we would like to do moving forward is research and put together some policy around this and bring it back to the board so that you all can give us some direction as to what you would like to see in the future. Because aside from needing a fund balance appropriation to go along with this line item transfer request, we would have just received it as a line item transfer request, which typically your manager can approve. But again, we're moving outside of what we've done customarily here in Nash County as far as moving those salary line items. So we want to bring it before the board and also draw attention to the fact that we would like to put some some policy around this.
What did you say?
We are moving funds out of.
I'm somewhat kidding with you, but I'm
Okay.
trying to decipher what all you said. So what I'm seeing happening here, we're pulling a lot of money out of salaries primarily, and benefits for salaries, to cover operating costs.
Yes, sir.
Why, I understand the adult detention, that line item, because we got people somewhere else, but we don't have any more somewhere else than we normally have somewhere else. We're running 20 a day for the most part. We've always run 20 a day. Was it a problem with the original budget not covering enough of some of this stuff, or what is the problem? Utilities, for instance, why is it, well,
We've moved into
I'm probably asking too many questions on the spur of the moment, but it's just, it looks like to me we got a problem with budgeting or spending in operating costs within the detention center.
Well, I think the utility issue is utilizing the new space and getting, and Jonathan, you can help me out with that if that's accurate, but utilizing the new space. But the food and provisions, that's over 200,000. That's for the population that we're housing.
I got you.
The adult detention outside of the facility, I don't think that we've always run 20 a day outside of the facility. I think those numbers are up. Medical services are up because population is up.
And what you apparently don't feel comfortable with, you're moving money out of salaries into operating costs, and that's normally not a function that you do.
We have not historically allowed that to happen in departmental budgets.
Well, it's something you shouldn't be doing. We weren't allowed to do it in my time working in government, for sure.
Right, and we've reached out to the School of Government. It's not best practice, but if this is what we're going to need to do moving forward, I would like for us to develop some policy around it so that it's a transparent process, right? So that the board understands what's happening.
Well, there's got to be some accountability on who's running the operation as well to stay within the budget for operating costs. So yes, you do need some guidelines.
Right.
You just can't willy-nilly move salaries over to operating, but, which is what it looks like you're doing. That's why it caught my eye, quite
Yes.
frankly.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Howard?
So just to be clear, to hope we don't run back into this again, we are fully funding the budget request of the Sheriff's Department in the detention center for all these operation costs for the next fiscal year. Is that correct? Because I'm understanding and having discussions with the Sheriff's Department that that's part of the reason why these expenses are here, because we didn't budget for the increase in housing inmates and outside facilities, and also the expense in additional food and supplies for those inmates, as you mentioned earlier. So
Right.
they were not budgeted last year, so are we fully funding and budgeting those this year so we don't have an issue? Because it don't sound like to me it's an operational issue, it's a budgeting issue.
Well, we are funding their needs, and I'll be glad to show that to you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussions on the 15 amendments?
On item 13, just a comment I picked up from
All right, Commissioner Davis?
a good friend of mine that works at a local dealership. We bought a car with asset forfeitures from a local dealer. I guess this is the same one that he mentioned to me, I'm not sure. Did that get handled in a proper procedure, the way we have to bid things out? I know we had an incident one time before that it wasn't handled properly, and we had to go back and backtrack. But on this particular case right here, did we do proper analysis of what we could buy it through the state for, take competitive bids, or how was it handled?
I think they always do use state contract, so yes.
But it came from a local dealer, or the car that I heard about, I don't know if it's the same car or not. I'll talk to you later about that.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not familiar if this has already been purchased or not.
Okay,
We can dig into this one and let you know.
Okay, if you would, I think we might have an issue there with something purchased from a local dealer. Let's just see. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other discussion on any of the 15 amendment items, budget amendment items? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve all 15?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Then moved by Commissioner Wilkins
Second.
and second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. All right.
And then the very last one, I just kept it separate just in case when the discussion for the Highway 97 debt payoff. This is the budget amendment related to that, transferring the funds from the project and also the fund balance to make the debt payoff today.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, is there a motion?
So moved. For approval?
Then moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, okay, item number 29, Ms. Tia Fuller.
Good afternoon. I am pleased to share that Nash County Opioid Settlement Advisory Council has completed the collaborative strategic planning process required under North Carolina Memorandum of Agreement governing the use of opioid settlement funds. This process engaged a broad cross-section of stakeholders to assess the local needs, identify service gaps, review relevant data, and evaluate eligible strategies for the expenditure of settlement proceeds. Under the MOA, local governments must involve service providers, community organizations, public agencies, and individuals with lived experience in developing a data-informed plan for the use of settlement funds. The planning process includes gathering community input, analyzing data related to overdose trends and service gaps, and identifying priority strategies aligned with evidence-based opioid abatement efforts. The final product is a formal report adopted by the governing board that establishes goals, funding priorities, and measurable outcomes. This framework helps ensure that investments are transparent, coordinated, and responsive to local needs, while also positioning the county to pursue broader Option B funding opportunities. Through this planning process, stakeholders identified a significant need for expanded behavioral health supports for school-age youth. When mental health needs among children and adolescents go unaddressed, the risk of substance abuse or misuse, include opioid and other drugs, may increase. Schools are a critical access point for early identification, intervention, and support. Expanding behavioral health services in the school setting will help address student mental health needs before they escalate, strengthen prevention efforts, and reduce risk factors associated with future substance misuse. In your packet, you will see the Option B Collaborative Strategic Planning Report and recommendations. You will also see a resolution to direct the expenditure of opioid settlement funds. You'll see a job description for the school mental health clinician and also the proposed budget. The opioid settlement fund request is $700,000 over the course of 4 years, which equates to $175,000 a year. This proposed expenditure is consistent with the findings of the county's strategic planning process and aligns with eligible opioid settlement prevention strategies intended to address underlying risk factors for opioid misuse. For this opioid settlement authorization, payments will be made on a reimbursement basis. The school system will submit invoices to Nash County for eligible behavioral health service expenses authorized under the settlement, and Nash County will reimburse the school for approved costs in accordance with the terms of the authorization. I'd like to pause for any questions that you have about this, but the recommendation is to approve the Option B report as well as the resolution directing the expenditure of opioid settlement funds.
Okay, any questions for
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
Do you, by chance, have any communication with the school as to how they are going to do this program? I mean, protect the students' privacy, and I'm assuming the clinician will be off-site and not at the school, or if at the school?
So there are 2 behavioral health clinicians that are currently funded through the school system. Their funding is grant funding and it's ending, but also they have identified, they and the community through our process has identified a need for this to continue. And so their caseloads are 75 plus. I mean, they serve multiple schools. And so I can't tell you where they're going to be housed, but they're serving all the schools in Nash County Public School System.
Yeah, I'm not questioning the need at all. What I'm just need to know is how does the program, how is the program administered? I understand we have 2. I'm guessing the students don't go, or the clinicians don't come to the school, that they would go to, and students would visit an off-site to protect their privacy, and that they are seeing a mental health clinician. And that's my concern. I mean, I would like to know that at some point, and we can find out at the joint meeting.
Yes, this is an established program, there's a referral process, and there are data measures that are collected, and so I'm happy to, so my expectation with this program, if it is, the funding is approved, is that they would give quarterly reports as to how many children that they're seeing, what type of issues that they're addressing. This data is needed for the opioid settlement funding reporting, but also for your awareness. And so, yes, I'm happy to get details of how the program will be implemented and that the students' privacy is protected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Outlaw?
Just for clarification, we're talking about 2 individuals.
2 clinicians, yes, sir.
Are these certified individuals like a teacher?
They're,
You've got 2 classifications of people with the school system. You've got certified and classified. So certified are teachers, people that are funded through the state. And we typically provide supplemental pay to certified personnel. But other personnel, we don't typically provide a supplement. So I see a supplement here. Is that breaking precedent, or?
I don't believe so. With our opioid settlement funds, this is an authorized strategy to be able to fund, and other counties also fund clinicians. So I don't know that it fits into that category. I mean, these are behavioral health clinicians, licensed clinicians providing this service.
But they're not certified like a classroom teacher?
No.
I don't believe so. I can confirm that.
Okay.
No, I think he's asking a question, are they what's so-called training in that profession of mental health?
Well, it's like a nurse. Where does a nurse fit in?
Well, that'd be the question. Are the nurses, they're not teachers, so are they getting a supplement?
I'm not sure about the supplement. I can ask about that.
That's why I think you're kind of moving away from what has been precedent in the past to fund supplements for certified personnel.
I think they're considered like teachers.
So I sent the board an email where I shared with you data from last year's salaries and current year's salaries. And in the last several pages of those documents, they do list all of the school staffing. And when we're on break, I will grab that, and we can probably look at that document and see how they have counselors listed. But then we can, if we need to ask some more questions of the school system, we can definitely do that as well.
Well, you use nurses as an example, so would you just confirm that nurses are paid a supplement from local funding, which is county funding?
I will confirm.
Okay, and let me know, and I assume the full board.
Sure.
Thank you.
But this is not these are opioid funds, these are not local funds.
These are opioid settlement funds.
Right,
Yes,
these
sir.
are not local funds.
And the process, which, I mean, I apologize, I've brought opioid settlement funding to you before. This one we had to go through a collaborative strategic planning process to open up these option B strategies, which is more prevention. And so, I mean, I definitely confirm that this is authorized use of the opioid settlement funds, but I'll have to see about the supplement. I will get that information to you.
Yeah, that local supplement part kind of throws that little wrench in there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Commissioner.
just for simplicity, so really this is basically us just funding the positions that got cut. And even though the money's coming from opioid settlement, the county's the ones supplementing that funds for these positions that's already existing, correct?
No, we're basically funding positions that have, we're funding services that have been identified as a need to address the substance misuse with our young population.
But in order to fund those services, we're basically hiring those two people their jobs are going to be terminated if we don't do this, and that service won't be provided. And it's identified, based on you testifying here today, that it is a need of the county.
It
and
is
for the school
absolutely a
system.
need.
So we're just basically picking up the funding from where the funding is dropped from another program. Is that correct? That's all we're doing. The program's already established, already running, it's a need, it's been identified. We're just going to fund those two individuals to be able to do those services locally. We're using opioid settlement funds, but would this be part of our compensation package or funding services that we can include to the school system as well, since we are providing the services?
It's opioid settlement money. It's a different pot of money. It's not part of our budgeting process for the school system.
But if we don't fund it, those positions go away.
I do think that's correct.
If we don't fund it, those positions go away. The need is there, and they would likely look for additional grants like they found this one to be able to fund it. But and one of the reasons this is 4 years is because you need that time to be able to impact those students in the school system.
Certainly, and there's definitely a need with 26 overdoses in the county year to date, so not questioning that. I'm just looking at it as we're just continuing a program that's already existing. They've already got it established. They're just losing their funding, and we're providing the funding through opioid settlement.
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions? Commissioner Davis.
I think what you said when you first stood up is what's prompted the question and now has confused me. You stated that this program was in effect, but that grant was expiring. And so I thought initially we were hiring 2 more people, which really pleased me that we were going to put 2 more in the school system, where in reality, we must be just keeping the 2 that we've already got. Is that what we're saying?
So I'm sorry, I don't know the name of the grant that was funding this work prior to, that's currently funding them. But there's funding in place with the school system that has funded multiple behavioral health clinicians. What we are requesting is to fund 2 behavioral health clinicians. So I don't believe that it's replacing the funding that they had. This is new funding, and the expectations for this program, the reporting is different than what they had been reporting. But yes, they do have clinicians in place that once their funding ends, my understanding is once their funding ends with the school system, their current funding, that they would be able to be funded through this opioid settlement funding. So it's new funding for us, but they have the staff in place to be able to do this work. They have the clinicians in place to be able to do this work.
Would you just confirm later that it's not 2 new people, but 2 existing people?
I
That would
am
satisfy
confirming
me.
it is 2 existing people, not 2 new people.
Okay.
I do know that.
Okay.
I want to also say that behavioral health clinicians are very challenging to find. So it's a great thing that they have them in place who've already been serving this population. So actually, this serves our opioid settlement funding very well, because it's not a new program. It's not a new, they have to do any training. These clinicians are already serving this population. They know the needs of the school system and are ready to hit the ground running.
I think I was just excited because I thought it was going to be 2 more people, but I understand where we're at. We're fine.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
fine. We can do
that's
some more.
not the request. That is not the request.
I got it, I got it. My last question is, did you use any opioid funding to pay Mr. Peterson to say what he said this morning?
I know, and believe it or not,
You don't
and I
need to
thought
answer.
about that when he made that comment, that we need to go upstream, we need to get into prevention, and that's what our collaborative strategic planning, we knew it, but that proved it. And the way to do that in Nash County is to invest in our local school system with these opioid settlement funds, because they are facing a tremendous burden with substance use, behavioral health needs. And Trillium does have a lot of resources that they can provide to the community, but this also provides clinicians, trained, certified clinicians in the school system, and that is really what's needed. Thank you. But I thought it was a great point that he added that. You and I connected eyes.
No, I looked at the light bulb that went off over
Okay.
there where you were sitting at, what I looked at.
But it is absolutely a need, and I'm look forward to Jeannie Kerr, the clinician there, to report to our board and to the impact that it's made with our students.
I just hope, Madam Manager, something I talked to T about the other day, I hope we can show that in such a way that it is included in the total funding that we do for the school system, to have this funding show up, even though it's a different type of funding.
Okay.
So we'll know we are adding to the total funding that we are providing to the school system.
You're talking about the pie, aren't you?
I am, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm talking about the pie.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Wilk?
I just want to say, listening at the conversation here, it's obvious our public schools are hurting and they need help. And if there's already 2 clinicians there, as Ms. Fuller just said, we need to keep them. If the school system doesn't have the money to pay them or budget in their budget, no shame in that. If we have opioid funds to do it, we need to do it. And, you know, question or not, we need to keep them on board to help our students and give them a fighting chance. So, you know, I'm all in support of it, and it doesn't matter to me where the money comes from, but as long as it comes from somewhere to help the public school students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for serving on our opioid settlement advisory council.
You're welcome.
I appreciate your presence there.
Okay, any other questions on the subject matter at hand? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the option B report and a resolution directing the expenditures of the opioid settlement funds?
So, second.
Well, it's moved by Commissioner
Thank you all.
Belfield, and I guess second by Commissioner Wilkins. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. Thanks. We will go to item 30.
Thank you. And I just want to
Board
say,
appointments.
Commissioners, thank you for your support. It means a lot to the community. So next, we have board appointments here. We'll start with our TDA Board, Tourism Development Authority. Please consider the reappointment of Brenda Stallings to the TDA Board. Ms. Stallings currently serves as a public member of the board, and her first term expired on April 30th, 2026. She is eligible, willing, and recommended for reappointment. If approved, her second 3-year term will expire April 30th, 2029.
Okay. There a motion to?
I would make the motion, she's a great board member on that board, never misses a meeting.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. We approve the reappointment of Brenda Stallings.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried.
Okay.
Continue.
The next few boards we're discussing was really just talking about vacancies, and we need some participation, not participation, but new membership on these boards. Board of Adjustment. So regular member Oscar Bruce has resigned from the board due to a medical issue. A new alternate member, number 3, needs to be appointed as his replacement to serve a 3-year term from May 1st to April 30th. 2029. Mr. Bruce resides in Commissioner Bellfield's District Number 2, and so we would like to get a recommendation from Commissioner Bellfield, from someone in your district.
Okay, Chairman and I discussed this over the weekend. We didn't have a application for who I talked about nominating for the board to approve. But she is here today in the audience, and I'd like to nominate Deborah Battle for that position.
Okay. I can get her an application form for the review of the commissioners. Would that be your preference?
Yeah, it'll be appropriate, or we can, we can vote on it today, or how we want to do it.
Well, the process is you normally submit an application, we consider the application,
I
and then we
think
vote.
we can get an application and share it with every commissioner. But that's who I'm recommending.
Okay, then we will wait for that application.
Yes, ma'am, I'll get that application to you. Thank you so much. Next is the Agriculture Advisory Board. There's currently a vacancy on the Agriculture Advisory Board, and this board is essential in supporting and advocating for agricultural interests within Nash County. Filling vacancies with knowledgeable and engaged individuals will help this board continue its mission and effectively serve the community. Members of the public are encouraged to apply. Next also is the Braswell Memorial Library Board of Trustees. There's currently a vacancy due to the departure of Ms. Linda Hardy. The mission of the Braswell Memorial Public Library is to nurture lifelong reading and learning, providing access to information, and promote community enrichment and achievement. For this, also, members of the public are encouraged to apply. And finally, our Consolidated Human Services Board. There are currently several discipline-specific vacancies on the Consolidated Human Services Board. Professionals who are interested in serving and contributing to the health and well-being of our community are encouraged to apply. Board members play a vital role in advising on policies, programs, and services that impact residents across the county. And those specific discipline vacancies are engineer, veterinarian, psychiatrist, and psychologist. I will get an application to Ms. Battle here, and our board application is on our county website, if anyone is looking for that. Thank you all.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask to you,
Commissioner Davis.
could I ask to you, if you were on the library board, would you send us a list of the current board members
I sure will.
and what district they live in? I know we don't necessarily have to stick by district, but it's just something I'd like to know.
Sure will. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're at number 31. Commissioners' comments. I will start to my left, Commissioner Leggett.
I'm good today. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner
I'm good.
Wilk. All right, Commissioner Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have a time limit of 1 minute.
As we continue to work on this year's budget, I'm reminded that every decision we make reflects our responsibilities as taxpayers in Nash County. We are entrusted with public dollars, and we must handle them with discipline, transparency, and a firm commitment to conservative fiscal stewardship. Transparency is not a slogan. It's the foundation of public trust. Our residents deserve to see clarity on how their money is being used, why we make the decisions and the choices that we do, and how those choices strengthen the services they rely on. When we're open about our priorities and our limitations, we build confidence in our county government, ensure accountability to every step. I continue to advocate for transparency in the budget process and reporting. One of our highest responsibilities is recognizing the values of our people who keep Nash County running. Retaining skilled employees is not optional, it's essential. We lose experienced staff, we lose efficiency, institutional knowledge, and the ability to deliver services at the level our citizens expect and demand. A responsible budget treats our workforce as an investment, not an expense. It provides stability, support, and respect that need to continue serving this community. But retention alone is not enough. We must ensure that our employees have adequate equipment and tools required to do their jobs safely and effectively. This is especially true for our public safety area. Sheriff's deputies and the EMS personnel cannot protect the public with outdated vehicles, failing equipment, or technology that no longer meets modern standards. Replacing aging sheriff's vehicles, upgrading EMS equipment, and ensuring our first responders have reliable, mission-critical tools is not a luxury. It's a core duty of the county government. When we delay these investments, we increase risk, reduce access to services, slow response times, and put our citizens in harm's way, and this frankly is unacceptable. We must continue to building the infrastructure that will move Nash County forward. We cannot keep putting Band-Aids on outdated, inadequate facilities. We need long-term strategic approach to capital improvement. These conditions at some of our waste convenience sites are a clear reminder of what happens when infrastructure is neglected. That too is unacceptable. Thoughtful investment in facilities, long-term capital projects supports economic development, strengthens public safety, and ensures our county remains a place where families and business can thrive. As we finalize this budget, let us stay focused on what truly matters, being responsible stewards of public funds, supporting the employees who serve our citizens every day by equipping them with the tools they need and investing in infrastructure that will secure Nash County's future. This is how we honor the trust placed in us, and it's how we build a stronger county for years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Outlaw?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to the Parks and Recreation Department. They had a great event this past weekend at the Miracle Park at Cooper's. It started at 11. It was, when I got there at 11, that was hard to find a park. It was well attended. It was very well organized, and I think they should be proud of the work they did to put that together, Madam Manager. It was a great event.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Davis?
The only thing I'll do is give a very quick permit report. We issued 143 general construction permits this month. In commercial, it was still down some. It ended up being a total of 1.9 million. Significant amount of that was government-type work. On the home construction, we had 64 new homes that applied for permits this past month in April. 54 of those were stick-built, 10 of them were modulars. And the most expensive house that was applied for was $1,142,000 on Coline Road. There were a total of 24 builders that applied for different housing permits. The concentration this month more, it was pretty scattered throughout the county, but the majority of them were issued in the Nashville, Castalia area, something a little different, Mr. Chairman, quite a few up in Castalia, but a lot of them still in the southern part of the county, but the majority of them were circulated around Nashville and Castalia. The most expensive modular home permit that was pulled was $300,000, which continues to amaze me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Belfield?
My comment, I just think we're getting a lot of zoning changes for large projects, with marginal homes, town developments, that we need to look at this on a long-range plan. Maybe we need to update our plan that we have to make it more long-range, because in my opinion, I believe agriculture and developments are going to eventually clash, and this is why. Farmers got to spray their crops for insects in order to produce a crop that consumers will go to the store and buy. And we need to think of that and be prepared and be ready to make sure that development and agriculture don't clash here in Nash County. And these large developments need a central water system. If they're not hooked into one of the municipalities' water, we certainly ought to develop one for the northern part of Nash County and the southern part of Nash County.
Thank you. To the citizens of Nash County, I want to let you know that all the county commissioners love Nash County, and we all just have a different way of showing it. And we thank you for supporting us. Now we will have our report from our county manager, Stacy.
Just before the county manager started, I left out one thing. When I mentioned clash between development and agriculture, it's going to be certain days that farmers probably shouldn't spray their crops because of wind. And the wind started blowing, and these developments started complaining about the chemicals and the smell from those chemicals that are used. Okay.
Good afternoon, County Manager.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
And I'm going to trust that my folks back behind are going to help me click through this thing today. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you once again. This morning, there was a foster care ribbon tying out front at 9 a.m. in front of our administration building. There is one ribbon tied for every child in foster care in Nash County. There are 95 ribbons out there. The Rocky Mount Rotary donated 60 duffel bags to our Nash County Department of Social Services foster care program. The bags are filled with blankets, stuffed animals, socks, and toiletry kits. Often, when children come into the care of our DSS staff, they do not have the essential care and comforting items with them. These bags will help support the transition for many children who come into care. A local military veteran group has gifted our Nash County Veterans Office with a $1,000 donation. We are extremely grateful for their generosity and look forward to Mr. Rogers and Mrs. Gorham putting these funds to good use, enhancing the lives of our veterans. This is the perfect opportunity. I have invited them to come in here today, and they're sitting back here in the room, but this is a perfect opportunity for me to brag on these two staff members. It's not happened once, twice, 3 times, but multiple times. It happens all the time that a citizen will leave our Veteran Services office across the hall and come over to the manager's office to express how thankful they are for these two staff members. Mr. Rogers and Mrs. Gorham are passionate about their clients and helping them to get the benefits that they deserve. Just last week, we actually had more than one, but I was able to share a conversation with a widow who shared an emotional story with me about not getting the benefits for her husband that they deserved when they lived in a military community, actually. And when they moved here, Mr. Rogers took them under his wing and advocated on their behalf and her husband, and was able to get benefits for them and for him to enjoy for a year and a half before his passing. And now she receives those benefits. She was beyond grateful for Mr. Rogers and his passion to help people like her and her late husband. And so I just want to thank these employees publicly for the service that they provide to our citizens. They are very passionate about their work, as many of our employees are, but they do go above and beyond and advocate for folks that is to be applauded. So thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate that commitment.
Thank you. Okay, so we're still working to fill some critical positions. And give you a little update here. We're continuing to evaluate applications for our Human Resources Director. For our Public Health Director, our initial online interviews have been completed, and we're beginning in-person interviews on Monday, the 11th. And Mrs. Phelps has vetted the candidate assignments that were conducted, that were provided by the candidates that were chosen to participate in the assignments, and she's conducted online interviews. Tomorrow, candidates will be coming in for face-to-face two-part assessments with Ms. Phelps and a group of staff members and community members that she has recruited. And for the Animal Control Director, online interviews have been completed, and we are working to schedule those in-person interviews. The Nash County Arboretum and the Extension Master Gardeners Volunteers of Nash County hosted their 25th anniversary plant sale on Saturday, April the 25th. We had a record turnout, and we're so incredibly grateful to every person who came out to support the Arboretum and our volunteer program. Every plant that left the Arboretum, from beloved natives to tried and true garden favorites, are a step towards greener spaces, healthier landscapes, and a habitat for birds, bees, and butterflies that call Nash County home. Thank you all for your support. And yes, as Commissioner Outlaw mentioned, we had a wonderful community day at the park. This year brought our biggest turnout yet. Families came to enjoy the petting zoo, line dancing, inflatables, good food, and local vendor market. It was a great day of community connection and making memories. So thank you again to First Carolina Bank for all of the sponsoring businesses that made that day a success. Citizens Academy is underway. It's an 8-week opportunity for Nash County citizens to see and hear firsthand about local government. Department heads present information, engage participants in activities, and answer questions. I attended in 2013 along with my oldest daughter, who was a senior in high school at the time. It's a wonderful opportunity for all community members to learn about and be exposed to local government. It's also a great opportunity for our own employees to see what goes on in other agencies. I encourage anyone who has not attended to consider a future opportunity. Our senior center expansion project is moving forward. The concrete slab was finally poured and the steel framework is going up, and I look forward to keeping you informed on the progress of this project. The Nashville Blooming Festival is a long-standing annual celebration of spring held first in 1997 and has grown into a major community event showcasing blooming flowers, arts, music, and local culture. In 2026, the festival promises a vibrant mix of live music performances, that one's not coming out today. Art exhibits, craft fairs, and diverse food vendors, making it a perfect outing for families, friends, and solo visitors. Attendees can enjoy floral displays, cultural activities, and a variety of culinary delights May 8th and May 9th. And our Nash County offices will close on Friday, May 8th at 2 p.m. to accommodate the festival. And one more item about the Blooming Festival. They are going to have a Blooming Festival weekend at the Nashville Farmers Market located adjacent to the Nashville Junction on South Barnes Street. And they are hosting a Blooming Market Saturday, May 9th from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Don't forget Mother's Day weekend, May 9th. On Friday, May 15th at 10 a.m. in front of the Nash County Courthouse, the Sheriff's Office will hold a Peace Officers Memorial Service. The program will be honoring all of those who have given their lives in the line of service in Nash County. Please join us. On Saturday, May 16th, it's the Tackle the Tar 5K obstacle race. Participants can walk, run, or just enjoy food and fun. Play in the mud and send a kid to college. There are kids heats competitive heats, fun run heats, first responder heat, and a college run. The event is celebrating its 9th year and is hosted by the Rocky Mount Rotary. To date, the program has awarded over $720,000 in scholarships to students at Nash Community College, Edgecombe Community College, and Wesleyan University. Grab some coworkers, family, friends, and register today. Just go to the tacklethetar.com and access ways to participate. Also on the 16th, and I apologize, I don't have a slide for this, but the Bailey Sweet Potato Festival. So I want to give a shout out to the Bailey Sweet Potato Festival on Saturday, May 16th, and also encourage any of our towns to forward information like that to me so that I can share it in this public setting. The Recreation and Senior Services is hosting a senior wellness fair. The community's welcome to the Senior Wellness Fair Wednesday, May 20th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Agriculture Center. The program is hosted by Rec and Senior Services and the Senior Health Insurance Information Program, that's SHIP. Many resources will be available during the program, including fraud prevention and safety tips, fall prevention information, exercise and strength programs, and more. And there will also be raffles and door prizes. This is just a note to save the date about the Pollinator Symposium that's going to take place on June 27th at the Ag Center. Dr. Heather Glennon was a guest speaker at last week's Rocky Mount Rotary meeting. Dr. Glennon is our Nash County Cooperative Extension Director, and she provided a fantastic presentation on where we get our food. Dr. Glennon is passionate about animals, farming, and teaching, and she kept the room captivated with her enthusiasm and knowledge. This past Thursday, Economic Development Director Susan Phelps was invited to speak on a panel for the Nash, Edgecombe, and Wilson counties' business and civic leaders to discuss economic development, growth, challenges, and livability. The Triangle Business Journal hosted the event as part of their Corridors for Opportunity. Ms. Tia Fula completed her municipal and county administration program through UNC School of Government. This is an 8-month professional development program and one of the longest-running local government leadership courses in the nation. Since its launch in 1954, the municipal and county administration has prepared generations of public servants to lead in North Carolina's cities and counties with competence, integrity, and confidence. Ms. Fula joins more than 3,700 alumni serving across the state. Congratulations, Ms. Fula. Nash County is working with Withers Ravenel to address updates to our Unified Development Ordinance. The working committee completed their 5th work session last week, and the next steps are as follows. In May, there will be a joint work session meeting with the full Board of Commissioners and the full Planning Board to review recommendations of the steering committee. In June, a community workshop to present major proposed changes to the development community and the public will take place. Also in June, the Planning Board hearing on the draft UDO document with a public drop-in question and answer session will be held prior to that meeting. And in July, we anticipate the Board of Commissioners' public hearing and adoption of the new UDO.
Madam Manager,
Yes,
do we have any dates set for these?
we're going to do that.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Manager, can we also get the notes? We used to get the updates on those, and we haven't gotten any of those in the last several meetings.
Okay, all right. Yes, we will do that. So, the next item is to schedule our joint work session with the Planning Board. So, we need to find 2 to 3 dates that will work for our joint UDO meeting with the Planning Board. Can you please look at your calendars to see if these dates would work for you? We are planning the meeting from 4 to 6 p.m. here in the EOC. That's the Emergency Services Training Room on the first floor. If you will look at your calendars and let me know how May 13th looks. That's the evening after our joint meeting with the school system. Yes, sir.
Madam Manager, that's the same evening we have the RTTP dinner in Raleigh.
Okay,
So I know that, I think Chairman Arrington and I
okay,
won't be here.
okay. So not the 13th. Can you look at the 14th?
Let's see, that 13th on Thursday. Friday.
Yeah. Thursday, the 14th.
Are you just going to give us several dates and let us check and get back to you, or?
Can you review and let me know if these are dates that we can pass on to Adam so that he can check these dates with the planning board?
I can do that when I get home,
Okay,
but I don't have my calendar with me.
okay. So the other dates that we're looking at, well, the 14th, for those that are here, do you know if the 14th would work for you?
Mr. Chairman? May I? I guess now is as good a time as any. I wanted to let the public know, even though I don't have to because it's a personal thing, but I'm having a medical procedure this week, and I'm not sure I'll even make the school board meeting.
On the 12th?
On the 12th, yes, but I'm going to do my best. I think it's about a 2-week recovery, and Lord
Okay.
willing, I'm going to try to crawl to that one. But if I don't, you all will know why, and I want the public and the citizens to know why. I think the only one I'm planning on missing is, or think I may have to miss, is the school board, because it's the 12th and I need about 2 weeks. So I may even miss the joint planning board, but it just depends on how much recovery is needed. So I wanted to let that go on record. If you don't see me for a few weeks or I'm hidden away, you know. Thank you. So I can't commit to any, but right now, the 14th and 15th, there's nothing on my calendar other than what I have to do.
Understood. If we could maybe jump to the next week and look at Thursday, the 21st.
Bingo.
That's a bingo for one. How about the rest? And I'll hear from you.
You will. So we got 2 dates so far, 14th, which it
I
sounds
think we're
like
going to try to
that
steer
might
away
not
from the
work.
14th. That might be too close for Commissioner Wilkins.
So we're taking that one out?
I am,
Okay.
yes. Does the 21st look good for folks?
21st is good for me.
No, I gotta know. How does the 27th look?
Bingo.
What was the whole week of
Got Memorial Day the first
of the 18th through?
I was looking at staff calendars also, and so yes, I have scanned staff calendars.
Okay.
And so these are the dates that I felt like staff would be available to participate like we need to, and
28.
27th,
27th is
works.
good for me.
Good for me.
6 p.m., is that when you said?
4 to 6. Okay, I'm going to circle that one to give 28th. That was a Wednesday, the 27th. How about Thursday, the 28th?
It won't work for me.
I've got a no-go on that one. How about, I had me a note that I would have to move something, but is the Tuesday, the 26th, also an opportunity for the board?
5/26.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good for me.
Okay, so it looks like right now, and I'll hear from Commissioner Outlaw, but I'm possibly sharing with Adam to share with the planning board if the 26th or 27th would work.
Oh, have we got something on the 26th at 7 o'clock at Station 2 in Nashville? Is that a association meeting maybe?
Might be.
The 26th at, you said at 7 o'clock?
I've got a note to be at Nashville Number 2 Fire Department at 7 o'clock.
That's when they're doing the cooking, the sheriff's cooking, I think, for the fire association.
Is that what?
I think that's what it is, sir.
Well, I think it's the fire association.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
26 is a fire association meeting?
yes. At 7 o'clock at Station Number 2.
Okay. Well, how about I hear from Commissioner Outlaw, but maybe I'll also go back and revisit calendars and see if there's anything else that could potentially be moved around, and we'll reach out to you to see if we need to come up with another date.
So it looks like the 27th.
27th is what I know I'll be offering, if that works for you.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Okay. And then, like I said, we'll go from there, see if we need to come up with something else. But of course, that's towards the end of the month, so we've got a little bit of time to sort this out and advertise. Okay. All right. Thank you. Some more meeting reminders. The Joint School Board and Community College Budget Meeting Tuesday, May the 12th at 6 p.m. with dinner at 5:30. That's going to be located at the Nash County Recreation Center at 981 Old White Oak Road in Nashville. And Monday, May the 18th at 1:30 is our second meeting of the month for the Board of Commissioners. And for next steps in the budget process, board members can continue to reach out and provide me with feedback. I will share the budget message at the meeting on May 18th. The public hearing for the budget will be on June 1st, and the budget will be on the board's June 15th agenda for adoption. And this item is a public service announcement. Our sheriff's office would like to remind the public that law enforcement will never contact you by phone and demand money or payment. If you receive a call from someone claiming to be with the sheriff's office or another law enforcement agency, and they tell you to stay on the line with them, ask you to purchase gift cards, Bitcoin, or send any form of currency, or threaten you with an arrest if you don't pay immediately, this is a scam. The Nash County Sheriff's Office does not collect money over the phone and will never ask you to purchase gift cards, Bitcoin, or send funds to resolve a legal matter. If a law enforcement matter requires your attention, a deputy will contact you in person. If you receive a call like this, hang up immediately, block the phone number, and report the incident to the Nash County Sheriff's Office. Please help us spread the word and protect our community by sharing this message. As a lifelong advocate for older adults, please share this information with your elderly family members, neighbors, church members, and friends. An AARP survey found that 4 in 10 older Americans have lost money to fraud. 38% of U.S. adults say that they have lost money to fraud, raising to 41% among those 50 and older. Please share that with your friends. And if there are any questions, I'll be glad to entertain those at this time.
Okay, any question for the manager?
I was just going to make a comment in connection with that scam, especially with older citizens. They call you about you won the consumer prize. I mean, you've been selected. And go to Walmart and all that and get this, get this. And we'll show up at your house with this big check, you know, that stuff. And it's running rampant every day. There's trying to scam money that they represent. And some are even calling scamming, they represent insurance companies and health insurance companies. So it's really widespread.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
If
Thank-
not, I will turn it over to Jonathan Boone, our Deputy County Manager, to give you a report.
Yeah, just a couple quick updates. Manager had asked me to update you on a couple of capital projects. Senior Center expansion, you saw some pictures in her presentation where the slab's been poured, structural steel is erected. Did have some delays on that project due to some shop drawings from the building manufacturer, but We are well underway, and the contractor still feels confident that they can complete that project within the original contract time, which I'll remind you is substantial completion in March of 2027. Second project, courthouse project, you may have noticed work going on there. That project has progressed really well. We had about 108 windows to replace as part of that project. And by the end of this week, it's my understanding, I think 85 of those windows will be replaced. They'd started on the front side, which you may recall, in anticipation of the Blooming Festival. And quite a bit of the exterior repairs on the Superior Courthouse has also been completed. So the facade of that building looks a lot better than it has in a very, very long time. Still quite a bit of work to do on that project. Even though the windows have been replaced, they still have the interior trim to be ordered and installed, so that'll be one of the next major points of emphasis on the project. And they also have the roof to replace on the 1986 addition, which is the portion of the building that the clerk of court is located in. Recall that the masonry was removed from that building and reinstalled, so that's why the roofing work has not been completed yet. But per the contract, work was scheduled to be completed by the end of September of this year. And again, fully anticipate that the contractor will finish ahead of time. Other quick update is the Southern Ash Regional Wastewater Treatment Planning Grant. Again, that work continues. We did have a meeting a few weeks ago in Middlesex about the project and update and some additional modeling requests related to the Tar River, since that will be the receiving stream for the proposed wastewater treatment plant. At that time, the state had requested that Spring Hope consent to that additional modeling work. It's my understanding they have since done so. That's been within the last week, and awaiting for those results to be completed, and then they will be presented to the town and then to the steering committee. So we need that information in order to inform our next steps on the project. So that's where we stand to date. Any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those for you.
Right, any questions from Mr. Bell? Hearing none, thank you for that report. And that look like that concludes our open public meeting session for today. And now I'm going to call for a motion for a closed session to go over economic development, attorney-client privilege, personnel. Attorney, do you expect us to have any action after our closed session meeting?
I do not.
Okay. All right, can I get a motion to go into closed session?
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins and second by Commissioner Leggett, that we now go into closed session. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, motion carried. We'll now go into closed session. Now call our regular business session from May 8th back into session. There was no action to be taken by the board after our closed session. And at this time, I'm going to call for a motion to recess this meeting until Tuesday, May 12, 2026, for the joint meeting with the Nash County Board of Commissioners and the Nash County Board of Education at the Recreation Center at 981 Old White Oak Road, Nashville, North Carolina, to be held at 6 p.m.
But I think lunch starts at 5:30.
Are
We're
we-
planning to eat. They're going to have a box lunch at 5:30.
Okay. All right, box lunch at 5:30. All right, is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Commissioner Wilkins and second by Commissioner Outlaw that we recess our meeting until May 12th at 6 p.m. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried. Meeting adjourned.